All right. Hello, friends. Hello, everyone. During this wonderful afternoon or morning, I greet everyone. First of all, I'd like to know if everyone can hear me. Just wave your hands if you can hear me. And we have a lot of content. And to start, I would like to mention the most important for your convenience during the Congress. Please turn off at the bottom of the panel where you see the icons with the two languages. Select the language which is appropriate for you to listen to presentations and listen to original language or interpreting. So once you've done it, please show us your thumbs. Great. So what are we in for? First of all, I greet everyone and thanks for being with us. And we are in for two interesting days. Perhaps some of you are on YouTube and it's great, but I would recommend you to go to our main website and then you'll have more opportunities if you go to our website because you will be able to appoint meetings and there will be more other options. And I'd like to draw your attention that we have a lot of English-speaking guests, not only Russian-speaking, and it enables you to communicate with a great number of participants of the Congress. Now about the schedule. Well, we have 2 days, India, Eurasian Economic Union and Russia. And during the first day, we have six parallel sessions on cooperation between India and EAEU in pharmacy infrastructure projects, support during the pandemic, agri-industrial complex, defense complex, innovations and technology. And besides, we're going to have a plenary session in the afternoon Moscow time with the representatives of Russia, India and EAEU. So be attentive and choose the presentations and sessions that you are interested in. And during the second day, there'll be presentations of innovation solutions and new technologies. And besides, there will be online meetings on virtual platform. Speaking about B2B meetings, what are you supposed to do to enable them? You have to fill in some information on the platform. You must tick certain items in the questionnaire, and then you can read the list of companies and select the companies you would like to meet online, and then you can receive a personal link to Zoom meeting, and you can also use open contacts to organize some networking or to show your presentation. So please, I once again invite to our web page, our site, and about timing at 5 past 10, we have 2 parallel sessions about interaction new realities in the field of pharmaceutical and medical technologies, or second parallel session, prospects for interaction within infrastructure projects. Speaking about interaction within infrastructure projects, we're going to hear prospects of cooperation of India-EAEU countries, smart city, safe city, and innovation methods in construction, and improving the quality of infrastructure facilities, and the impact of the pandemic on the objects of the cities. Right. I guess it is time for me to leave, and everyone can hear the translation and me. And so we have good sound. I see positive faces, everyone that I see. Thank you very much. And let me give the floor to the moderators of the sessions, Mr. Amanov, Director General, Branded Markets of India. And the second session, Oleg Vladimirovich Shutenko, Deputy Head of the Department for Foreign Economic and International Relations of Moscow. And if you're ready, I give the floor to you, dear moderators. Enjoy your parallel sessions and wish you good content and lots of information. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I hope everyone can hear me and we have the translation. I'm glad to greet you at this session of India-EAEU, prospects for interaction within infrastructure projects. As you know, with the introduction of new technological solutions, the face of new megapolises is changing, and under sophisticated conditions, we see new areas of development. Despite the pandemic, we managed to implement a lot of large-scale infrastructure projects in Moscow. And I hope that in other cities of EU member countries and in India, you have similar trends. For example, Moscow authorities implemented program for reorganization and retooling of hospitals for COVID patients. And within a short period of time, we built a large hospital complex near Moscow. And we renovated a lot of stations in Moscow and built 15 kilometers of new railroads, restoration of northern river station. Speaking about transport infrastructure, we continuously work and there are two major projects, Kutuzov Avenue and Cable Way. And during the next 3 years, we are going to build 27 subway stations with depots, and we plan to build 70 kilometers of new roads, and we continue our program of residential housing within the frames of renovation program, when we pull down dilapidated houses and build new houses with $100 million involved in the program, with 5,000 new houses, 4.5 million square meters, 350,000 new apartments. And now, colleagues, I want to greet the participant speakers of our session to discuss approaches for interaction within infrastructure projects in our megapolises. And I want to give floor to Kalyakin Pavel Igorovich. It's representative and executive director of Lanit Integration, a partner of Moscow government in the implementation of infrastructure projects. Well, could you inform us about the coordination of medical personnel now? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for invitation. I wanted to speak today about our system. Just a second. About the system of remote coordination system for the actions of medical personnel, a product of our company. which was implemented and introduced in Moscow. It's a wearable head-mounted tablet with voice control. It enables to quickly install in office medical personnel and prevent mass infection of medical professionals, conduct remote telepresence of an expert for operational interaction and consultation. And it's display checklists and typical scenarios of interaction with equipment or patients in AR assistant mode, and conduct video and photo recording of the actions of medical personnel for subsequent analysis and use. So a specialist enters the dirty zone and connects the smart glass device. Voice control gives complete freedom of hands during procedures. And you don't have to hold anything in your hands, and medical personnel has an option to perform their remote duties, and their hands are free, and you can establish automatic contact with the remote expert, two-way communication, voice and video, and the remote expert using a convenient solution. Web Mobile provides consultation and receives a video image from smart glasses of a specialist, and he can send files. And this system has shown its perfect work in Moscow during the pandemic, and about 40 COVID centers in Moscow are using this solution, starting with Kommunarka Center and other centers, enabling an opportunity for experts to ensure maximum assistance to medical personnel in the dirty zones. And the second situation, which is also implemented, is telemedicine during certain surgical operations. So when a surgeon puts on this gadget and ensures an opportunity, for instance, for students watching this or that medical operation, and the students can learn a lot, and during some situations they can discuss, and extra medical advice can be also given there. We see great potential of implementing and applying this system, remote consiliums, not only in dirty zones, but receiving patients, and all these materials that was already discussed when diagnosing can be used for reporting purposes, and other scenarios, for example, disaster medicine, hospital emergency aid, clinical pathology, research work, laboratory medicine, and so on. And then we plan to have checklists for typical procedures using a tablet or smart glasses, and integration with medical institutions, and connecting tablet computers. And besides, we have a short video demonstrating the work of this system, and I'm going to switch it on now. Doctors and medical personnel are in great demand, and it creates a positive or negative image of hospitals. Being aware of it, the leaders of medical centers are searching for high qualified personnel. To efficiently solve these tasks, we created a remote assistant, a Biolanit integration company, for online support. It's a smart glass, wearable gadget with a video camera and the voice control, and the special application to communicate with operator and to put information on the screen, graphical information for performing actions and taking decisions. This assistant is used in cases of involving medical experts with access during the work, video and photo recording for further analysis and reduction of time saving thanks to checklist function. And the application of remote assistant helps further training of medical personnel online in real-time mode. Besides, on the base of complex, it's possible to create situational centers to process the queries of doctors from abroad and Russia. The efficiency of the system was proved during the pandemic situation due to high risk of contamination and infection and the need for scaling up. The headquarters decided to unite all centers in one system of reaction to reduce the risk of infection of doctors and reduce the burden of the doctors. And this wearable gadgets are reliable and very convenient in operation and very simple during disinfection. It improves the quality of medical aid for surgeons, anesthesiologists, and reanimatologists. It creates new competencies and improves the effectiveness of medical personnel who are trying to save lives of patients. And I am ready to tell more about our
Pavel Igorevich, thank you very much for your presentation, for this great delivery and this great video, because yes, of course, this is a very modern project. It is a very important one project, and I hope that it will help in solving many medical issues, and it will help to save lives. It will change the healthcare system, I hope, in the whole world. Distinguished colleagues, I am glad to announce the second speaker, Vladislav Wojciechowicz, the counselor at the Eurasian Bank of the Development. Vladislav, could you please tell us what are the infrastructure projects in EAEU countries or perhaps in India are realized right now? Because I know Yamburg is now really active in this. Thank you very much, Alek Vladimirovich. I want to greet the old friends and the new friends today. And the Eurasian Bank of the Development is already working with India. Of course, we are working in the projects in this field of machinery. And of course, I can not tell that we are new ones here, but generally speaking, the portfolio of infrastructure projects that we are dealing with includes almost all scopes of infrastructure. Of course, the biggest importance is paid to the physical infrastructure, construction of roads, transport infrastructure, and more. We are still very optimistic towards the projects for IT expansion, digitalization projects, and here, if you may allow me, I will now show you my presentation for you to illustrate it. I hope you can see the presentation right now. I hope you can hear me and see the presentation. Yes, thank you. So, distinguished colleagues, just a couple of words on what is the Eurasian Bank of the Development. It is founded in 2006. The staff office is in Kazakhstan and in Almaty, and the bank is International Financial Institute for the Development, and as of today the capital of the bank is $7 billion, and out of the $7 billion we are now using only $1.5 billion. And by the way, this is a huge potential for its further development. And the mandate of the Eurasian Development Bank is in the following sphere. We are working on the development of market instruments for financing and developing of economies of the member states. And as you have seen, we have 6 member states, the stakeholders of the Eurasian Development Bank: Russian Federation, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. And correspondingly, in all of these countries, member states, we are trying to invest and finance projects in the mode that it would provide not only integrational effect, but also multiplicative effect. And thus, we are stimulating trading and investments between the member states of the EAEU and between the external partners of these countries. As of today, we gained a good infrastructure represented by our partners, starting from the UN and different institutes of the development in different countries, including KfW, New Development Bank, World Bank, International Investment Bank, and so on. A couple of words about governing body for the bank. It is governed by the Council of Eurasian Development Bank. And here you can see the proof of international character of our organization, because the Nikolai Podguzov is the chairman of the management board, and the head of the council is Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan. By the way, we have a really compact structure. We have some more than 300 people. They are distributed along the countries where we are presented. And we have also operators and officers from all member states. Here we are showing full inclusivity, as it is stated right now everywhere. And the next slide is showing us general information on what are the economies and how they are distributed between the member states, and at the same time it is also showing huge potential. For example, the reciprocal trade of the EAEU countries is a bit more than $60 billion, and at the same time the trade between all these countries and other world is almost $1 trillion, and we see here a huge potential for the growth. And we also see our role here in the maximum support in the development of reciprocal trade and investments. What are we doing? The main mandate of the Eurasian Development Bank is a portfolio of projects that are related to added value in the interpretation by Karl Marx. And generally speaking, almost all the projects are ESG. They can be stipulated in the ESG category. These are the renewable energy sources. These are the projects related to the development of transport infrastructure for provision of additional accessibility and easiness in migration flows, solar energy, financing of initiatives of different funds of the development that are existing on the territory of the member states. And here is the portfolio, investment portfolio, that is now distributed by 4 main verticals: transport, energy, chemistry, and chemicals, and infrastructure. As you can see here from this slide, this is our understanding of the infrastructure. We are broadly assessing infrastructure and understanding it as the main prospect for our further development. And our further development is lying in the sphere of the development of IT infrastructure, use of technologies in different spheres of our life to create more comfortable uh, environment for our life, to increase the accessibility to different state services or commercial services that are rendered within our states. And we are also working on creation of the payment infrastructure for it to be operable in the real-time mode. And there are three main focuses that we are using in taking into account of every project. They should be the sustainable development, a real integration effect between the member states of EAEU, and social effect, ESG impact, as it is stated in the left corner of the slide. It should be also calculated and assessed. Here you can see a small slide that is showing our ecosystem in details. We are Interstate Institute, and we are founded by the ministries of finance of the member states. Then the bigger contour, the next contour, are the central banks, and we have calculations and relations with the 5 out of 6 central banks of the member states. And further, we see our direct participation in financial markets and capital markets. In 4 countries, we are members of the Moscow, Belarus, Kazakhstan and Armenia Stock Exchange. And the next contour are commercial banks. With commercial banks, we have partnership relations, and here there are, of course, more countries involved. I did not try to include all the countries, but I want to stress it out again. We are not working on the competitive level with the commercial banks. We try to work with commercial banks, and we are providing services for commercial banks in supporting of initiatives of the bank and project financing in which are a part of our mandate. Speaking about India, because this is the topic of our today's event. The data is taken from the Indian portal because, of course, the data is very different. Why it is now showed in the red on my slide? These 2 graphs are showing directly and promptly how low is the level of realization of potential in trading and investments between our countries. By our countries, I mean the countries where we are present and India, of course. And here we see a very low percent. We need to detailize here the directions of our cooperation. And I think the infrastructure is one of the fields here for further work in India, because I was very deeply engaged in cooperation with Indian companies. I know how Indian companies are working around the world, and I wanted to invite Indian companies to take part in the realization of projects on the EAEU territory of the countries of member states. And we want to offer to Indian companies to introduce the Russian companies, and here we are planning to support all these initiatives if they are corresponding to our 3 main criteria for investment. So what do we propose? We propose the one-stop solution for financial cooperation with the market of EAEU countries. As you can see, we have a significant broad list of our services, which is on the left side of this slide. It is the IFO status and the others, and moreover, the Eurasian Development Bank is also having a possibility to direct participate at the capital of the company, not only as a credit partner for project financing, but also we are granting any instruments with use of the share capital. It is also acceptable for us. And here on the right side you see the quantity of institutes on the member states' territories where we have partnership relations, and correspondingly we are Here, the conductor of interests of foreign participants or internal participants for setting up of the projects, for realizing of the projects that should not only remain on the paper. And just a couple of moments. The first moment is at first, very often we have seen the case when financial institutes of foreign countries, including financial institutes of India, they are assessing the following. They are having issues related to compliance risk, because as you know, there is a significant list of sanctions for the companies that are a part of SDM. And here, again, I want to tell you that we, as Eurasian Development Bank, we are an interstate organization, and according to our mandate, we are not taking part in the projects that are bearing any share of compliance risk. And on the other hand, being an actual interstate institute, we have a higher credit rating than any of the member states, because this is conditioned to the interstate status of our organization and of the balance of Eurasian Development Bank, which, as of today, I think it is also not fully charged, not fully loaded right now. Therefore, we may and can increase our credit quality of our companies that are residents of the participants of the member states, for us to provide comfort way of work to our partners and to all stakeholders. And of course, we work with commercial banks in terms of organization and in terms of syndicate credits, syndicated loans. And here, in terms of syndicated loans, we don't have any competition with the commercial banks. We are cooperating with commercial banks. And here, on the bottom of this presentation, you have a start link here. This is the link for our potential partners, for them if they want Eurasian Development Bank to take their bid for financing of projects. Thank you very much. Vladislav Alexandrovich, thank you so much. We really support the striving of our Indian partners to be part of the operations in EAEU countries, and we also invite partners from EAEU to take a closer look at the market in India, because this is a very prospectful market, and I think that we can realize many interesting projects together. Thank you. And now we are inviting the ex-CEO, Executive Director of Larsen and Turbo Powers, and Shainem Daroy. Mr. Roy, can you tell us how are you now dealing with the EIU markets?
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very important India-EAEU business conclave. India has been undertaking a major infrastructure development drive. The government of India has allocated US dollars 1.4 trillion under the National Infrastructure Pipeline for the financial year 2019 to 25. Sectors such as energy, roads, urban and railways amount to approximately 71% of the projected infrastructure investments in India. It is envisaged that during the fiscals 2020 to 2025, these sectors such as energy, which forms about 24%, roads 18%, urban 17%, and railways 12%, amounts total to 71% of the projected infrastructure investments in India, with a total capital expenditure projected at approximately Indian rupees 111 lakh crores. The center 39% and states 40% are expected to have an almost equal share in implementing the NIP in India, followed by the private sector of 21% contribution. This increased impetus to develop infrastructure in the country is attracting both domestic and international players. The private sector is emerging as a key player across various infrastructure segments like roads, railways, ports and shipping, power and airports. In the road sector, the government's policy to increase private sector participation has proved to be a boon for the infrastructure industry, as many private players are entering the business through the public-private partnership model. Road building in India has become the second cheapest in Asia. India is expected to become the third largest construction market globally in coming years. Large investments in infrastructure has provided momentum to the overall private equity venture capital investments in India, recording an all-time high investment of US dollars 14.5 billion in 2019. In April 2020, the government set up a target of constructing road worth about US dollars 212 billion in the next 2 years. Speaking about the Indian Railways, it is recognized as one of the largest railway system in the world under single management. Government of India has focused on investing in railway infrastructure and modernization of railways by making investor-friendly policies. It has moved quickly to enable foreign direct investments in railways to improve infrastructure for freight and high-speed trains. At present, several domestic and foreign companies are looking to invest in Indian rail projects. To successfully attract future foreign investments, Honorable Finance Minister Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman in her Union Budget 2021 prioritized the following areas to showcase the government's interest in achieving India's infrastructure goals. Allocation of US dollars 7.49 billion to Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Allocation of US dollars 3.76 billion to the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which aims to promote urban housing for all by 2022. Allocation of US dollars 1.88 billion to Smart Cities Mission, which aims to promote smart cities that provide their citizens with core infrastructure, decent quality of life, and clean and sustainable environment. Allocation of US dollars 315 billion to Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, which aims to embark on a campaign to clean urban India by improving sanitation and public health, removing the practice of manual scavenging, etc. India hosts numerous projects that foreign investors can choose to invest in. Popular examples include the development of residential and commercial buildings, transport infrastructure, as well as maintaining efficient system of water supply and sewage. More recently, the focus has turned to constructing green buildings by using sustainable and environment-friendly materials and renewable-based technologies as part of Smart City Development Program. All these would require massive injection of foreign capital and flexible investment structures. The government estimates that it will require FDI worth US dollars 777 billion for infrastructure development. The sectors like ports and shipping and the aviation sector and urban development are also looking at tremendous investments from the private sector, with the government of India looking a private partnership for developing these sectors. A few projects like the Sagarmala airport modernization and Smart Cities Mission are some of the key initiatives in these areas where industry could look at exploring partnership with Indian firms. Areas like ports development, digitization, ports modernization will offer great opportunity for partnership. India's aviation industry is largely untapped with huge growth opportunities. The industry is expected to witness US dollars 4.99 billion, roughly 5 billion investments in the next 4 years. The Indian government is planning to invest $1.83 billion for development of airport infrastructure along with aviation navigation services by 2026, which also offers huge opportunity for foreign investors to invest in the sector. Needless to say, Indian companies have developed tremendous expertise in infrastructure development over the years and now are looking to share the expertise in the overseas market of EAEU. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, please.
Mr. Roy, thank you very much for interesting presentation. We know Larsen Top is a large company dealing with implementation and not only in India, but elsewhere, large infrastructure projects. And Moscow and Russian companies and EAU member states companies are ready to join within the frames of program of smart cities in India, and will be happy to receive more inside information to get interested our companies. I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, Vladimir Finov, head of the representation of RZD International in India. Vladimir Alexandrovich, what can you tell us about the cooperation of RZD International in India, and how do you cooperate and communicate with Indian companies working on projects in third countries? What steps are you making and what are the prospects of this cooperation? Good afternoon. Thank you for invitation. I hope everyone can hear me well. Perfect. So RZD International, for those who don't know, is a specialized sister company of the holding RZD Russian Railways, which was set up for implementation of projects abroad, infrastructure projects and designing railroad sections and railroad projects in general. We have been in the Indian market for several years and we are quite successful. We signed several MOUs and agreements with Indian companies, with state companies and Ministry of Railroads of India. Therefore, starting from 2017, we implemented a project of technical and economic study for one railroad section with the speed of trains up to 200 kilometers per hour, which was highly appraised by the Ministry of Railway of India. And as a result, we were highly estimated by the authorities of Indian Railways. The key tasks of today in the Indian market for us is reaching the new level of implementation of our projects. Our main task is implementation of this project and demonstration of our new technologies and those solutions and developments that Russian railways already have for infrastructure and the modernization in India, the advancement and promotion of our technologies in India, development, elaboration, and participation in new projects of new infrastructure construction and cooperation with Indian companies in third countries. As Mr. Natsar always said, the upgrading and construction of railroad infrastructure in India is one of the key priorities of Indian government. And in this connection, we are ready to provide all complex of our expertise and opportunities, plus investment opportunities from Russian finance institutions, which have already been mentioned today, and including Eurasian Bank of Development. As for involvement in railway infrastructure projects, as the previous speaker said, and alternative project, that's our major area we are working on with our Indian partners. Besides, we are considering an opportunity to implement the project of construction and modernization of some railways in Gujarat state, and the main focus is considering that the Russian market, the Indian market of railway is quite competitive, and there are medium-sized and large companies are already there, and they are quite successful, and this market is quite developed. So our main focus is on high technology projects, high and medium speed railways, and other areas requiring high skills of the staff. Besides infrastructure projects, the initiative of export portfolio in September 2019 in Vladivostok, 7 Russian companies, XR, RZD Sberbank, RZD International, Sinardo Transport Machines, NEA Solteza, signed an agreement about cooperation within the frames of Russian initiative of railway in India. We're interested in promoting and attracting other companies, both Russian and companies from EAEU to participate in this initiative. It should be kept in mind that we have already implemented some projects and made some proposals to Indian Railways. One of the projects is being implemented in Mashpat Nagar. It's a remote diagnostics and monitoring of situations. Besides, we are interested in development and adaptation of regulatory base. We are working with an organization of Indian Railways specializing in standardization and signed agreement for cooperation with our analogical organizations for cooperation and preparation of this documentation. In terms of logistics, RZD Logistics signed agreement with Conclave about cooperation and development of railway multimodal transport corridor north-south from Mumbai to St. Petersburg. And apart from that, there's a lot of activity in the sphere of education, and starting from last year, before the pandemic, we had started training of 250 personnel of Indian Railway and Indian University. They attended courses at Russian University and signed agreement for cooperation with transport institutes in India and Russia. And that's in a nutshell about our areas of interest in India. And we also received a large number of proposals from Indian companies for cooperation in third countries, not only in South Asian region, but in EAEU countries. We are studying this, and provided that there is efficiency of these projects, we are ready to work well, to save time and to give more time for other speakers. That is all. Thank you for listening, and I hope for further mutually beneficial cooperation with India and EAU countries. Vadim Alexandrovich, thanks a lot. Let me wish you luck, your organization in India and other countries, and I think you will be successful and will help you. And I invite the next speaker. It's Sergei Sakyan, advisor of the Director of Regional Development of State Budgetary Institution. And Mostrans project is a design and research institute for passenger transport development and integration of new systems for road traffic to creating a more comfortable urban environment. Colleagues, I was told that we are pressed for time, so I would ask you just to be very brief and be quick to save the time of other speakers. Sergei Alexeyevich, could you tell us briefly about your plans in EU countries, and perhaps India is also in your list as an additional market for you? Good afternoon. Well, really, let me start by saying that on the whole, India uh, was in the sphere of our interests, and our institute is more than 50 years old. And during the Soviet times, we were interested in India, and quite recently, we considered the concept of high-speed train in Delhi. And I can demonstrate this concept, and then I will pass over to the main module that I wanted to demonstrate its adaptation of the system of smart city, partly at the moment, because not all items have been in place, and it's a safe and smart city. And I want to show it on the screen. As for Delhi, this is what I wanted to share with you. Could you zoom and switch on the full screen mode? Well, about 18 months ago, we proposed development of tramway infrastructure in Delhi. Well, because the existing underground cannot develop further and exhaust its potential, and transport accessibility is shown on the map. There are areas which are quite near 2-3 kilometers but from the city center, but the commuter time is quite long, and to solve this problem it was proposed to introduce high-speed trams, and it's not only tram lines but organizing the whole infrastructure around it. And most of these competencies are available at our institute, and
this is the main data that we have. We use detectors that are showing the intensity parameters, intensity and speed parameters for our streetcars. And also, in the city, we face the realization, of course, the road lights management, which is working, and I want to stress it, in automatic mode. And this is one of not many systems in the world that provides for realization of a full automatic management, not automatized, but automatic management. This system, on the basis of the previously calculated algorithms, is choosing the optimum regimes for network adaptive management. And also, in the city, you see the ecology sensors that are dynamically in online, providing for survey of ecological status of the city. And in the framework of the project, we have the video surveillance program, which is realized within the transport traffic lights, which is tracing the situation on the railroad system of the city, and in the monitoring of flows of people who are passing by. This is also the possibility for the city to trace any violations of rules of conduct on the streets, and in transportation or in tracing of the physical persons and natural persons that we are interested in. We can also trace them. There is also a parking lot in the city, which is realized as the parking lot management system. We have information on how many parking lots and parking places are now used and are free. Currently, we have also information on road traffic situations, which provide for our analysis of the root causes and places of concentration. And as a video, we also use this very convenient instrument, which is the heat map. And heat map is not only providing for visualization, but it also showing us where we have the most often case of road traffic accidents. And for us to easily work with this and to understand how it works here, we have a typical card. This card, digital card, is a typical digital instrument, and we have the no-pilot automatic vehicles that are using this map within Moscow and is reading all the signs that are put in Moscow, and all the signs are within the brain of this automated vehicle. And this automated vehicle is using digital map and excluding social risks and risks of car accidents on the streets. Here also in this system we have the public transport system, communal facilities and communal techniques systems, and all these means of transport, be it communal or private, can be traced according to the numbers, to their plates, to the registration system. And we see also stops, and according to the stops we can understand when and which means of transport will arrive at the particular stop and at the particular point that is stated in the city. Yeah, I beg your pardon here, because of the internet. The connection is a bit not so stable, but still, the system is working. I am now demonstrating this system in online. This is not a broadcast. This is not this is a real demonstration of a real active system that is now working right now. Therefore, we see a small time lag because we are now double connected through internet and through Zoom. And of course, we can create different reports, different information, different analytics that provides us for creation of analytics through the whole period of introduction of systems. What do I want to show by this? This system that I am now showing to you is looking voluminously. This system is realized in less than 1 year in this city with population of 500,000 people. So if colleagues from India will be interested in the similar experience, we are ready to be included in your working group, and we can work towards realization of the projects together, which will provide for transport management of the city, firstly, and secondly, it will also provide for tracing of passenger traffic, of pedestrian traffic, integration with safe city services, and of course with monitoring and creation of digital twins and monitoring of communal techniques. This provides for the city to be manageable and more related and bound to the plan in terms of servicing, in terms of maintaining of the city. And I think here, taking into account that we are limited in time, shall you have any questions? I will answer, but here, as of now, that is everything that I wanted to tell you about. Sergey Sergeyevich, thank you so much for this interactive presentation. From my side, I want to tell you that we need to mention that Mostrans project is followed by many cities of the world, because they are contacting us and you, they are sharing the experiences, and I hope that practically we will implement in the EIEU countries your projects. And we also wanted to be a part of the projects in India, because the government of India is planning to invest in infrastructure projects until 2025 more than $1.5 trillion. The government of India is planning to erect more than 200,000 huge infrastructure projects, and I think that we need to be also integrated in this story, in this program. And now about the current prospects in this sector of realization of infrastructure projects in India, the managing director of Group Friedberg Infra Private Limited, Parnesh Minoja, will tell us. Parnesh Minoja, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, my colleagues from EAU and from India. My colleague, Mr. Sharendra Roy, already gave you an overview. So I just want to pick up 4 possible opportunities of cooperation. As you know, we have a huge program of infrastructure creation in India. In the next 5 years, we need to spend $1.4 trillion. A lot of infrastructure is routine, is a regular infrastructure, which is done by mostly local companies, very competitive pricing. But I'll point out 4 areas where I think huge opportunity exists for infrastructure space. One is the tunneling. I think the expertise on tunneling in India is still limited. I mean, companies like L&T do it, all right, but there are not many companies. And Russia is very good at tunneling in the high altitudes. A lot of border infrastructure being created in the Himalayas. Therefore, I think Russian companies need to find local partners, bid together, and we can do a lot of work in the tunneling space in particular. I think the experience of Russia will be very invaluable. Second, a lot of very complicated and very high altitude bridges are being built. We're building probably the highest bridge in the world at the moment in the Himalayas again, in J&K. It's a railway bridge, beautifully designed bridge, taken about a decade to build, but opportunity exists very, very large for EAU countries to participate with India in the specialized bridges, particularly cable stay bridge or a extra dose bridge, balanced cantilever bridge. Normal RCC bridges, we all do it very well, but these 3 we can still do with some collaboration from our partners in the other part. The third, I think we should look at is already mentioned, but I think Russia should, I mean, all EAU friends should probably make one more effort in providing the high-speed rail. Remember, with the dedicated freight corridor becoming active in the next 12 months, a lot of passenger track capacity will get free. Therefore, that passenger track capacity can be rejuvenated, revived, or refurbished to provide high-speed train up to 200 kilometers an hour. Russia has a fantastic expertise and a proven track record. I think we can do a lot of work in the high-speed train area, including manufacturing of rolling stock or manufacturing of the locomotives in India. India is going all electrical, so I think Russia can support that part of it. I think that's reasonably clear. Fourth part, which I will touch upon, is saying light rail. India has very good expertise now in the metro rail, but India has only one very small project which is working, which is a light rail in Mumbai. All other are full metro rails. They're expensive, they take time, they take a lot of funds, and they occupy a lot of space. Also, the flexibility of a normal metro is not as high as a light rail. So I would urge once again a closer cooperation and a restudy of the materials. How can we participate together in, because a lot of cities in India need some mode of transport which is not affected by the road traffic, but cannot afford metro rail. Metro rail requires far more capacity, whereas light rail, any kind of a elevated light rail or on surface light rail, both are good possibilities for India, and we should look at that. The final part, which I think I will leave for us to think through, the two parts. One is, I think, huge opportunities in the world where I think Russia's technology, Russia's equipment, and Indian expertise can create a very good combination of a affordable, competitive bidding process where both the countries can gain and get a lot of work, particularly, for example, in Africa, also in the Middle East. I think both these areas, if we can cooperate, there are not many cooperations which happen between EAU and India, where the companies get together to leverage strength of each other and participate competitively. That I think can happen. We already know there are huge opportunities in India. There have been some companies, there was a Kazakhstan company called Castroy some years ago. It's not there anymore. I don't think they're functional. But like this, there have been many attempts, some small attempts here and there. But I think there can be far many more companies in India which can participate in the infrastructure process, where the general medium technology work, you can leave it to the local counterparts. For the high technology, equipment-driven, machine-driven work can be taken up by EIU countries with your expertise in those equipment. With this, I will leave this one. I think there is a reasonable opportunity, the reasonable excitement, which is there in all modes of transportation. There are equal opportunities in the energy space. We're still struggling to find a good solution in the wind. We have some reasonable solutions in the solar now. That too, we're trying to find a substitute of the country which has been supplying to the whole world. We know we're trying to find a solution. India has given huge opportunity, what's called the PLI scheme, which incentivizes the local production. I think Russia can make use of that facility, where a lot of countries from the world are coming to India now to set up the manufacturing facility to take the advantage of the incentives offered for local manufacturing for export. I think, therefore, another area of cooperation which exists between the two countries, where the local manpower, the local expertise, local land, local costs can be leveraged by EU countries to manufacture goods for the entire world, and we can sell across the world. With that, I think I'll leave it to the next speaker, please.
Mr. Minoch, thank you so much. Now you put some more inputs, and thank you very much for your inputs in our prospects of our cooperation, because our previous presenter on the session is also providing for very important information for you, because our cooperative projects can result in colossal effects for all the countries. And the next word is going to the Dmitry Finosov, Sberbank India CEO. Sberbank is for more 10 years working with India, within India, and as you know, right now in the Russian Federation, we have many changes in Sberbank, because now Sberbank has changed the name in Russia. It is Sber in Russia, but I think it will be also renaming of Sber India. And right now, Sber is not only Sberbank; it's a whole ecosystem, smart cities, smart solutions, uh, and I think that all this smart solution will also be a part of EIU countries realization, and of India also. Could you please then tell us about the country's project in India with use of Russian investments? Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, uh, thank you very much for this possibility to take part and to speak about Sberbank India. I think about Sberbank in Russia I can tell for many hours, but I think many of you know, but not many of you know about Sberbank India, and I will try to answer to your questions. As you rightly said, Sberbank is in India for the last 10 years. We have a significant experience in cooperation with India. It's also very important to state that on one hand, we are a filial branch of Sberbank, and we are also full-scale bank. We, as Sberbank India, have the same license as any Indian bank, and we can render all spectrum of financial services that are possible for Indian market. And here, at the same time, our main mission here is to provide support to Indian and Russian businesses in the cooperation between the countries, in increase of goods turnover between Russia and India, and in promoting the national currencies, which is very topical right now because of all geopolitical changes and of the world situation. And when we speak about projects that are now realized in India, without any names of concrete companies, I can tell you that we are now taking into account deals for financing of construction and infrastructure projects, and as India is India is planning a huge infrastructure, and we are greeting Russian companies on the market of India. We have examples in the construction branch of Russian companies working in India. We have also the use of Russian IT solutions, which can be used and which will be used in the infrastructure management in India. We are also taking part at these projects. We are financing somewhere these projects or rendering services within these projects, or we are taking into account the issues of financing. And again, I want to state that we are planning to take part at the RZD Russian Railways project in India. We know that the Russian Railways has a huge project in India, and we are ready to realize these projects together. We wait for realization of these projects, and we will render all of our help to realize these projects in India. And here I want to go further to the topics where we can be useful for you. Of course, there are some classical banking products that are feasible, like banking guarantees, letter of credits, and other means, but I want to pay the attention to the instrument of financing of purchase of Russian products and solutions for international customers. We are ready to finance the orders of Russian production on the territory of India, and here we are also taking this path, and together with RZD we are getting this variance to the potential owners.
Well, if you go to Indian market and in modern world, it's not sufficient to have only good service or good product. It will be nice to come to your buyer with a nice proposal when you have a partner that might purchase your products. So we go to the market with Russian agencies, export agencies, and it will help Russian businesses to reach foreign markets, not only Indian, and this is what is necessary to consider when looking at international expansion. And what else? And finally, we need certain expertise of Indian market, not only finance institutes, and we are ready to provide consulting services with a certain background here. And another aspect is as an advice for those who want to go to Indian market, you should pay special attention to a search of an Indian partner, um, since Indian state is aimed not only at purchasing something from abroad, but doing something jointly. Therefore, you should have special focus on a good, reliable partner from India. When you want to go to Indian market, and we can help, consult, and provide any possible assistance. And also, I want to say that we working in India, representative of one of the largest Russian banks, and are ready to work with Indian companies who want to work in Russia. And most of Russian businesses are clients of our bank, and no doubt will be useful, and we can help you and provide information about possible partners. And we see ourselves as a bank for Russian companies in India, and a bank for Indian companies willing to work in Russia. And I once again said we are ready to provide maximum support for businesses of two countries, and we are considering the option of expanding our service and product line, legal consulting, tax consulting. So you are welcome. We are always ready to help you in India. And to conclude, I want to thank for organization of this Congress. Any event like this is useful because it enables communication representatives of several countries for the improvement of understanding between the countries, which is one of the major barriers, understanding between the participants and among the participants of the market. So thank you for arranging this Congress and for inviting me, Ivan Dmitrievich. Thank you very much. Your presentation has led me to the thought that we have here participants of EAEU and India and the Russian Federation, and therefore I suppose we must create a kind of pool of projects and to understand how to better launch these future projects, how to support them, and to provide support on federal and city level. And one of the participants is a member of India-Russia Commission, and who attends different events of two countries. And we have everything at hand to commence such projects. And I wish luck and success. And despite the pandemic, we can meet very soon offline, and let me wish you strong health, well-being, and good luck. Thank you. Thank you. So please invite to your projects. We are always ready to join in. Thank you by all means. All right, friends. Congratulations. We completed 2 parallel sessions with 4 more. And so we are going to summarize, and the first was on cooperation in medical sphere and foreign economic relations. We heard the representatives of businesses speaking about interaction within infrastructure projects and the impact on this sphere after the pandemic. Now we'll have a short break, about 5 minutes in accordance with the schedule, and then we continue. We will have 2 more parallel sessions. They will be about the support or during and after COVID for SMEs and the new era of opportunities of agro and dairy sector in post-COVID world. How to restore this sector and what are the ways to reinforce our connections. It's a very interesting session. I remind as well that for the majority of you, there is an opportunity to communicate and to make appointments. So please stay in touch and communicate. This Congress is a nice opportunity for that. So for that, you are supposed to go to website and go to B2B. And I've already mentioned that it's possible. Perhaps if you forgot or did not hear me well, you must fill in a questionnaire and then go to this link and prepare invitation. And if you agree on the time, then you'll receive a personal link to Zoom event. And I wish you luck and success, good communication and cooperation. Once again, I repeat our website address. It's in the description, and so I hope you will be involved. And now we have a short break, 3 minutes, and then we continue. We'll have 2 more interesting parallel sessions. Good luck, and I don't say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the time. Thank you, Praveer.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thanks, everybody.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Right, colleagues, our short break is over and we pass over to our next two panel sessions. Let me tell you a few words about these sessions. First of all, SME support measures during and after COVID. The first session will be about it and best practices and the support of profile organizations and state authorities. The other session will be about opportunities for agri in the dairy sector in post-COVID world. The moderators of these sessions will be the Executive Secretary of the Business Council of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Sergei Kanatsky, and the second moderator, Piruz Habata, Chairman of C2 Food Processing Committee and CMD, Rasna PVT Ltd. So feel free to communicate using B2B options and appoint the meetings. And right now we start our sessions and feel free to ask questions and the moderators will send these questions at the end of the sessions. So have nice sessions. All right, we can start, I guess. Yes, begin, please.
Kumar, can I start? Good afternoon, friends. And from CII, on behalf of the government, I am Mr. Khambata. I chair the CII Food Processing Committee, and also I'm chairman of a company called Rasna. We are there in around 53 countries. Heartily welcome each one of you. And when I was told a few days back about this session, I felt very excited for the simple reason that I always believed that there are huge possibilities between our countries which are untapped. And I was so happy that we have a very distinguished speaker list with us. And I thought that there's a very good opportunity for all of us to be together and discuss the opportunities over the next 1 hour between our regions, especially in the very important field of agri, food processing, and dairy, because I honestly believe that this sector is very important to the development of the countries, because generally the sector is actually the real sector which can give inclusive growth. We need to build up the rural sector. We need to really ensure that the people who feed us are well fed. And I always believe, I'm very proud that I am part of this industry, because here we do definitely make money, not as much as IT or these people who make healthcare and vaccines and all that. We make small money, but I think we get a lot of gratitude of the country, a lot of gratitude of the farmer, a lot of gratitude of the common man on the street, because we actually feed the world. And I think in today's days, when we are talking of health, the most important health, if you ask me, is the food. Because if you have good food, you have immunity, and if you have immunity, you can fight everything. So I think this is how I would like to start the session. And it would be out of place to tell you that we have a very, very, very good panel. As I said earlier also, we have Mr. Armin, who is Director, Department of Agro-Industrial Policy of Armenia. Welcome, Mr. Armin. Can I see you? Hi. And we have from the Mr. Sodhi, who is the Managing Director of Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation. Mr. Sodhi, please. I think he will join us or something like that. And I can see my friend C.K. Ranganathan, the CMD of Kevin Care, who I know from probably decades. C.K., thank you for joining from Chennai.
My pleasure.
And Mr. Alexei Fokin, the country manager of Russia and CIS of UPL India. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being part of this session. And when we have individual speaker slots, I will also give a brief profile about each one of you. But before that, I would also is Mr. Yevgen from the Ministry of Agriculture there? Yeah, and thank you very much, because we definitely need the government perspective also. And now let me put my little bit 5 minutes before we start the session. And India, I don't want to give the figures of India, because when I was 20 years back, I used to talk of India. I had to explain what is India. I had to explain what has Indian agriculture. Nowadays, I don't need to, because the participants know about India more than I do. Sometimes they tell me about India. So I think I would like to concentrate on not history, but the future. And I think the COVID has actually, our government has used COVID to usher in a reform which has never been seen earlier. We have taken this as an opportunity. And Indian industry also has taken it as an opportunity. And that is the reason why, if you see each figure, let us say the GST collections, the manufacturing data, all the data, last month we have rebounded back. Many sectors are actually growing more than the pre-COVID level, many sectors. And I think overall there is a buoyancy, and all the rating agencies, many times I don't trust them, but whatever, if I trust them or not, many of the rating agencies have been good. They are saying now India is going to grow double digit, and they are showing very huge growth. In fact, they're showing India at a higher growth trajectory than any country. But more important than that, they're under the Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is in simple terms a self-dependent, self-efficient India. We have actually ushered in a few reforms which are very important, not only for India, but for the world, like labor reforms. That if anybody sets up any company, he needs labor, and there is reform in that. Agriculture reforms, there are reforms in the industrial sector, ease of doing business. And if you set up big manufacturing companies, and please, a lot of people think Atmanirbhar Bharat is inward. No, no, no. Atmanirbhar Bharat is more external than inward. Nobody is saying that the foreigner cannot come in India. In fact, India has this welcoming FDI. We probably are having more FDI in the last 5 years than we had in the last 50 years. So obviously nobody is stopping. In fact, we Indian companies want to have partnership with foreign companies. We want to really believe that there's a huge opportunity. So Atmanirbhar Bharat is about, if you ask me, how to set up big, huge manufacturing plants in the world, in collaboration, technical collaboration with abroad, in financial collaboration, or whatever you can say, and then export to the world, and also feed this huge Indian market, which is now, what I call waiting for good products, better products. And that is what our whole plan is. And that is where I think today's meeting is very important, that how we harness all this. And it will be out of place for me not to mention about two more important things. What is the government has come out with this performance link incentive scheme. So if you set up huge industrial sector, companies in any field, it is agro also, pharma also, government gives incentives based on your targets. Then there is a ROTTAP scheme, where basically if you export, you get remission of the duties back. Of course, the income tax benefits are now 18, they are too much. The tax is probably the lowest in this part of the world. Only 18% is the tax for a lot of new companies in a lot of field, and some space 15%. 100% repatriation of your dividend money is possible. I think Indian laws are very clear, very foresighted. IP is protected. So I'll use this opportunity to welcome each one of you to be in India, and look at India not only as a place where you can sell your products, but also as a place where you can manufacture in collaboration with Indian companies or on your own for the world. And the two other things is the Indian e-commerce market. And I think it is very important for me to mention that today in India, we have got so many apps, and it is so, if you ask me, before 20 years, it was, if you wanted to enter India, the only one way was possible, I'm talking of food, which was the mom and pop shops, for which you needed distribution tie-ups, you needed to really have men on the field, you needed to do a lot of these things. Nowadays, I would just like to tell my participants, it is relatively easier to enter into what I call organized modern trade, where we have the huge big supermarket chains, where you can cut direct deals, or even you can do deals with the e-com. Like yesterday, I saw the Italians have done a deal with Flipkart, which is one of India's big sort of e-com basket, where they're saying we'll sell all Italian products on Flipkart. So huge amount of possibilities are there in the e-commerce space, the modern trade space, where even you can start small, and then if you like it, you can then go big in the general big Indian market. And the big opportunity is rural, huge India. That is the real India. Companies like me, we sell products at 3 cents, 4 cents in that India, a piece, to drink. The soft drink of the country is rasna because we sell a 3 cents a glass, 4 cents a glass. So that is where the India is, the rural India. Huge opportunity to sell agri-produce, huge opportunity to sell products, and huge opportunity to collaborate in dairy sector, honey sector, poultry, fisheries, and really go up. So I think my 5 minutes are over. Now I would not like to take further time, but I would like to have my colleague speakers also to give their take on this very important subject. To start with Mr. Armin, who is the Director, Department of Agro-Industrial Policy of EEC of Armenia. And he has graduated in Public Administration Academy of the Republic of Armenia. He is a Master in Public Administration. He graduated from the University of Bristol. He is a Master in International Development. In November 2020, he has been appointed as Director of the EEC Agriculture Policy Department. From 19 to 20, he was Senior Advisor for Sustainable Digital Agriculture. From 2012 to 18, he rose from the ranks of advisor to Deputy Minister of Agriculture of Republic of Armenia. We are very happy that Mr. Armin is there today. He will give a perspective of Armenia and what we can do to collaborate together. Mr. Armin, please.
You're on mute.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to join India-EAEU Congress.
Some technical thing I can't hear.
We are now trying to connect the interpretation, and perhaps Armin can now speak English because he cannot find the Russian version right now. I don't see it right now on my screen, but you may start as you want. Yeah, I can start in Russian. Okay, thank you. Thank you, distinguished colleagues, distinguished chair. I want to beg your pardon for this technical issue, but I will go on and tell on the prospects of the works that are held by Eurasian Economical Commission in the agri-tech especially. At first, I want to stress it out that it is very important for us how to analyze the information that we've got during the pandemics of coronavirus, how pandemics would affect the member states of EAEU and would affect also the global agri-tech security. And I want to stress it out that our countries coped with this task very well. As of today, the self-sustainability level of the EAEU countries is 93% for agri-tech and agriculture. And the second part of my discussion today is the world tendencies. And according to the forecast of the UN, until 2050, the population of planet will be about 10 billion people. It will also grow further along with urbanization. That means that about 67% of population will potentially live in huge cities. And this is, of course, changing the agri-tech complex and agricultural works that will be done further. And in general, I wanted to speak about several directions that we are working right now in, and I will not limit myself by the accent of the norms and regulations that we're developing, and I want to speak more about the projects and new directions where we see the most potential. Of course, this is the digital way of work. Digitalization is now used in terms of organizing of effective work, efficient work for our countries, and the solutions. By the solutions, I mean digital solutions for increase of productivity, bigger productivity rates, and cut down of transaction costs. In this term, I want to say that we are making reviews of NGO support and state support for integration of digital technologies, any digital technologies in agri-tech. As of now, we are working on the IoT, Internet of Things, follow-up, digital follow-up, and use of the gadgets for collection of data and data analysis, and on the basis of data analysis, organization of our field works. and the agri-tech with the applications of internet is very popular right now in our countries. There are many startups, dozens of startups that are integrating these instruments, and we will integrate these instruments in the reviews of state supply and state support. This work is also done on the level of technical cooperation between our countries, and generally the digital approach and digital decentralization projects are becoming more and more popular in the countries of Eurasian Economic Union. And the second level is of course level of alternative proteins, so basic oils, and oils is the new tendency because the agri-tech is becoming more and more efficient and important for us, because we need to take into account that we need to be more efficient in use of our natural resources, and we are searching for alternative proteins in EAEU countries, and as of now private sector is now running these works. We've met the enterprises that are providing for these products. They are manufacturers, and we think that the alternative tendencies will be also supported and preserved. And in terms of poultry or in terms of cattle, we are working of course with the countries, member states of EAEU in the black cattle, in cattle, and in alternative protein, which are marked as healthy foods, that are becoming more and more popular in the member states right now. And the third direction that is also important, and it's also gaining importance in cities, it's the vertical agriculture, agri-tech. And these projects are also backed by the states. There are surveys run by the Eurasian Economical Commission in this realm, and we are also looking for the access to the third markets, which means the broadening of our cooperation with other countries. And India is here, of course, very important partner for all countries of Eurasian Economic Union. And before we've seen certain methods. We have analytics. We are making consultancy with the private sector and searching for the niche products, for the right directions where we can build on export and import, which will result in increase of goods turnover between our countries. And one more direction, which is also important for us, we need to provide not only for safety, but also for quality, high quality products with value added. Because as of today, we have a task in increasing of export of the processed products, and we have also here positive dynamics. Although there was a pandemic in coronavirus, we need to say that agri-tech and the agricultural sector as whole, general, has shown good results. And we are also taking into account these short-term shocks, and this short-term shock was coped, so we've managed to cope with the short-term shock. But to be ready to potential crisis, we need to choose our approaches to the sustainable development of agriculture and provide for the mechanisms that in a view of crisis would provide for our agricultural stability and sustainability. And these directions that we were speaking about, including integration of state supply and state support measures, will be one of the main directions of our work. Generally, here I want to stress it out again, that the member states of EAEU see a huge potential in terms of cooperation and in terms of trade with India. In terms of cooperation, we know that India is now having a huge amount of research and development centers, and recently had the possibility to visit several private and state-owned organizations that are working in the branch of seeds. And I think here we have a huge potential, because seeds and other materials for germination are very important for the countries and member states of EAEU, and we are open here between the Eurasian Economical Commission and India to work on the basis of new technologies and of seeds and germination technologies. We also know that recently we had a possibility to communicate with technological organizations from India, because as I now can say, India is one of the leaders in terms of working out and the development and integration of the newest technologies into the different branches of economy, including the agri-tech and agriculture per se. And we think that this can be additional direction in terms of additional, if shall we have additional consultancies between the countries and commissions and India, or use of this potential that we have in our union, and we could unite it with the potential that is already in India. We could provide for additional project in the development of technologies and also in digital technologies in agri-tech here. So these are several directions that I wanted to share with you, because I think after pandemics of coronavirus there will be more demand for agricultural products. This is also determined by the population, by the needs of concrete countries. We have also potentials here: human capital, human resources, natural resources, technologies, and I think that here we have real possibilities to increase the rate of cooperation in these directions, because if we will able to unite all the pluses that are featured by the countries of the Eurasian Economic Union and India, we have a possibility to increase the results of such programs, and we are open for cooperation. And I think this is all from my side. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your perspective. And now we are being joined by Mr. R.S. Sodhi, who is the MD of India's largest dairy company and probably one of the largest in the world, from Amul. Sodhi sir, welcome. You're on mute. And we also have Mr. Temur Vekilov, who is the head of the Russian Export Center. Mr. Temur, please.
Yeah.
Sodhi sir, hi.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Sodhi sir, 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm just trying to introduce 2-3 more people who have joined, and then I will tell you when to speak. Thank you very much. And Mr. Timur, okay, he is going to join us. He is the head of Russian Export Center. And Mr. Evgeny Vasiliov, who is the chairman of the board of JGC. And Ms. Nelly Borsovna, who is the executive director of Yug Rusi. So these are the people who are also going to join us. And it is very important for us to understand that there are huge potential with the new FTAs being signed between the two countries. And I'm a firm believer that when the FTTs are signed, it will hugely benefit both India and the Eurasia. Having said that, I will now like to invite Mr. Yagni, who is from the Ministry of Agriculture, to really give his little bit of an address. And then I think what I would suggest is that if we can all restrict ourselves to 5 minutes each, then we can have some more time for chatting with the participants and also asking questions to each other. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Vegni from the Ministry of Agriculture to make his remarks.
Distinguished colleagues, greetings. It's very nice to hear all of you. Thank you so much. And I wanted to tell that the Russian agriculture complex is developed, and we've managed to get more results from the agri-tech complex in the recent year. And here we see that the growth is demonstrated by the main group of goods and products where before the pandemics of coronavirus the cost of the export was cut. And I wanted to say that the previous year has showed us that we were ready to face this cataclysm, and that the whole world was facing pretty much the same challenges. And I also wanted to mention that the main problems. The main problems are also in gaining of the additional volumes of trading of the agricultural products. We've got plus 9% of the revenue, and we also have got more growth in imports.
Основными товарными позициями в наших поставках являются подсолнечное масло, соевое масло.
The main goods for our deliveries are soy oil, soybean oil, sunflower seeds oil.
В то же время мы видим,
And at the same time,
Россию в основном чай.
we have seen that Russia is getting mainly tea from India and other products.
Мы думаем, что для дальнейшего развития
And we think that for the further development,
необходимо решить ряд существующих на сегодняшний день вопросов.
we need to solve many issues as of today, and we need to simplify the procedure of access to the markets, and which should be aimed on the positive closure of the correspondent talks that were related to the easiness of access to the market. And at the same time, we understand that this is only the first step that we are making right now, and we are waiting for additional steps. We need to optimize our work for all participants and stakeholders from Russia and from India, and we need to speak about the lifting of the limitations that are imposed of the Russian delivery of Russian goods. In particular, our main product is oil sunflower seed, which is facing high taxes and high entrance costs. But still, I think that all the challenges will be avoided and lifted within our cooperation. And of course, the cooperation agreement should stress forward and should be signed between Russia and India for lifting the limitation in our trade and creating of a unified trading space. And here I wanted to thank everybody for your kind attention, and I do hope that we will further communicate and we will arrive at the great results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I did mention a few minutes back, one of the takeouts of this sessions is going to be a fact that we'll be preparing a report and guiding the government on the new FTAs and the need for rationalizing of tariffs on both sides. And I'm a firm believer that today in the world, there is over a period of time, we have to look at a zero tariff world, because today today we are a global economy. And I'm absolutely sure that we would be working, but this requires a lot of deliberation between government and industry, because there are issues on both sides. So in my mind, these type of issues are best decided over a period or over a separate meeting. But we believe that today time has come when tariffs are reduced across sectors across the world. Having said that, now I have got another luminary I just introduced, Mr. Sondi, who would have a lot of take on this very important thing of tariff. And Dr. Sondi is chairman of the managing director of India's biggest dairy company with a turnover of around 552,000 crores, which is roughly 7 billion. So, Mr. Sondi, the floor is all yours, and you can please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Piruj Kambata, for a very generous introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. Well, like Mr. Piruj Kambata mentioned, I represent India's dairy or food company, which is called Amul, which is a cooperative company owned by 3.6 million farmers of one state of Gujarat. So we are only one state. There are 22 like this other state federation. And about more than $7 billion. We are India's biggest food or dairy company. Well, talking about potentiality in India for the food and the dairy particular, I can only briefly tell you, India's food market is one of the world's largest food market and maximum potential growth-wise. India's food market is around $550 billion, but only 10% is organized, which is $55 billion. So you can see the opportunity because Indian food market is growing at the rate of double digit. So tremendous growth is there because of more disposable income and fortunately 1.35 billion population or 1.35 billion stomach, which will be 1.7 billion by 2050. With more money, Indian consumer is spending more and more food, especially protein and the fat, and also consumer is shifting more towards from the loose or unbranded to the branded organized, especially during this COVID, which has accelerated. Coming to the dairy side, which is our side, out of under $550 billion, dairy is the biggest segment, $110 billion annual. And fortunately, in this organized sector is big, around $30 billion is the total organized sector, which is growing at the rate of 10 to 11% per annum. Or India's milk production, which is, we are world largest producer with 200 million metric ton, we are growing at the rate of 6%. So whatever world is growing at the rate of 1.82%, 60% is contributed by India. And the way we are growing, another 10 years, today we are contributing 21% of the world's dairy production. Another 10 years will be contributing 31% of the world dairy production. So India is not only world's biggest dairy company, but gradually India is going to become dairy to the world. Only till mid-70s, our milk production was only 20 billion metric ton. And we were importing like most of the other Asian countries. But we adopted cooperative model of Amul, replicated, and we were 1/3 of USA and 1/8 of European till mid-70s. Today we are more than double than the USA and 25% more than the whole Europe. And this has happened, I'm very happy to, because this, I must share you, because of long-term planning by the Indian farmers, policymakers and political leadership, encouraging local milk production, local processing and local consumption. And the way we are growing, in Indian economy and agriculture, the fastest growing segment is dairy, both total production also and also the organized sector. But there are a lot of opportunities for any investor, any country, right from production of milk or the feeding. Indian feeding market is growing like anything. It is today is around 10 to 11 billion dollars and growing at a rate of 15%. Breeding, whether sorted cement or seg cement or thing, milking machine, processing equipments, veterinary medicine, testing laboratories, cold, these are the areas where a lot of investments are required. Okay? Now coming to the FTA side, I may be totally against the wishes of the industry, what Mr. Piroj Khambata has mentioned, or the CAI, and we have told already in the during the RCEP negotiation. See, India is world's largest producer, and here around 100 billion poor rural families are dependent on the dairy. We do not have jobs in the urban India. The only area where we can provide them gainful employment, where market is also growing, is the dairy. Recently, RCEP was there, and farmers of India resisted, and government of India to agree. And let me tell you, most of the world dairy countries, they don't allow dairy imports from India, including Europe or Russia. We cannot. we are not asking FTA. We don't want what we want. India should be also given equal opportunity to export its quality dairy products to any country in the world, whether Eurasia or Europe or Russia, after paying duties. We don't want zero duty. Because we are going to produce more. Our 100 million farmers are dependent on dairy, 100 million rural families. And the biggest advantage with Indian milk industry is that we have got 58% buffalo milk, which has got double fat and 25% more SNF and more vital and more rich. So with these submission, I like to tell all the world dairy companies, please bring your investment, finance, knowledge, skill, experience, brand to India, which is what largest and fastest growing market. But please buy milk from the farmers of India. And also, like India has opened dairy markets all over world. Any country can export to India. No doubt there are duties. So Indian dairy companies should also be allowed to export to the all the big dairy importing country, whether China or Russia or Europe or any such country. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. And we have another luminary from the Indian side, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, who is the chairman and managing director of Miss Kevin Care Private Limited. Kevin Care is in almost the whole sector in India, in food, in cosmetics, and he's co-chairs our CII Southern region. And CK has been known to be for decades. He's an entrepreneur and actually one of the first examples of a startup from India. So CK, please, I think the floor is all yours and you can give your take on how India and especially the Eurasia, we can collaborate and how we can increase our food partnership between the two countries, the two regions.
Thanks, Firoz. Pleasure meeting all the members from Eurasian Economic Union, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, ladies and gentlemen. So it's the first edition of the India-EAEU Business Conclave. I'm very happy that both the Euro Union and India have come together to relook at the FTA and increase trade between the countries. The recent economic slowdown and its subsequent recovery has been an eye-opener for all to see the rapidly changing market condition. New markets and innovation, amongst all others, has been identified as the key factor to counter this enormous challenge. India, with this economic success, is well poised to take this opportunity forward. With 54.6% of the total workforce in the country engaged in agriculture and allied sector activities, the contribution of 16.5% to the country's gross value added for the year 1920, the sector plays an important role in India's economy. Given the inherent volatility and vulnerability of the agri and food supply chain, there was a fear of massive disruptions in the sector amidst the COVID-19 crisis. However, agriculture is one sector that has shown growth and resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. Consumption growth in rural India has already reached over 85% of pre-COVID average and is further expected to expand at double digit than the urban markets. Tractor sales, which is another leading indicator of growth in the rural economy, is recording consistent growth, indicating that the sector is poised to grow furthermore. Given this positive growth scenario in the agriculture and related sectors, India has huge opportunity to leverage the export opportunities in EAEU, which comprises of Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and Armenia. Indian industry already has a robust trade basket with the countries of the EAEU. The main sector are healthcare, pharmaceutical, manufactured goods, processed food, agri-produce, among others. The manufacturing sector constitutes 45% of the basket of goods and services, followed by food sector at 40%, pharmaceutical and healthcare at 16%, and chemicals at 14%. India and the Eurasian Economic Union have signaled their plans to negotiating the terms of a free trade agreement between the two economic entities that could help stimulate an increased flow of food products. The food products include confectionery, dairy products, nutrition products, and food supplements. EAEU countries can collaborate for advanced technologies in a diverse range of products like grains, oils, vegetables, beverages, including water, among others, in the agriculture sector, and supply products like fertilizer, machinery, and equipments, vehicles, mechanical engineering products, salt, chemicals, rubber, plastic, steel, and wood products. India being the largest milk producing country in the world, there is a huge opportunity for the Indian dairy sector to leverage the emerging opportunities in EAEU countries, especially in exporting value-added dairy products. I would second what Dr. R.S. Sudhi said, that large portion of rural Indians are dependent on dairy sector, and there are many of the farmers are single cattle or 2 or 3 cattle owners. We are very happy, despite all the struggles to collect milk from various parts of the rural villages. India has consistently increased its volume and stand today tall in the world market in terms of leading the export milk production. I think it's one of the areas that the Indian dairy sector can substantially improve. Is an area of aflatoxin, is a fungi which comes out of the agri producers that gets into the feed. And that's one thing that is definitely a very difficult task, because if it is produced in a big farm of 2,000 cows, 5,000 cows in a farm this thing, and the agri is back and produce, it's possible. I think there is a lot of things that is the supply chain need to corroborate to fight the aflatoxin ones. If EAEU can help us in this regard, that would go a long way. And also, as Mr. R.S. Sudhi rightly said, I would second the veterinary services, healthcare services offers huge opportunities to collaborate. And also in agri sector related to dairy is a high protein plants. And I think that is a constant, our endeavor is to constantly reduce the cost of milk. We are looking at what are all the high protein, low cost, high protein opportunities. If such collaboration happens, that would go a long way. So to reiterate that India may be given a fair and free opportunity to export its milk products across the world. I think that would go a long, long way. So the reform measures taken up by the government of India in the agriculture sector would further give fillip for industries in the agriculture and food processing sector to expand their footprints, both in terms of export and also technology transfer, for a win-win scenario for both India and European Union countries. So one thing here, if you look at the agri and the agro-processing sector, particularly the vegetables and fruits, that the wastage is very, very high, owing to transportation, the quality of transportation need to improve. Though the roads have been improving, I think that is the transportation, some of the techniques which can reduce the wastages, and also cold chain. Cold chain is an area, I think it's not fully developed across the country, though it's very well entrenched in the urban markets, but the rural markets where the agri produce is largely produced, I think from there to transportation, I think there's a lot of losses. That's an opportunity. I think as the agri minister was mentioning, that there is a great opportunity in digital technologies, in products, agri-tech digital products, and that can also go a long way. India also has a lot of startups. I think it is some of the advanced products whichever has come. I think if it can help boost the produce of agriculture and dairy products, that would go a long, long way. With this, I will close my remarks, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. One last thing I would like to say. CA would reach out to all the stakeholders and would involve actively wherever possible to take forward the outcomes of this conclave. We are very sure that this will be a beginning, and we will ensure that we sustain this momentum and coordination and cooperation to bring in benefit for both the entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure your suggestions are well taken. And I think we should also be, once this pandemic is slightly abating, we can take delegations both sides. I'll be very happy to see a big delegation being launched from India, and we can visit the markets and see for ourselves what the markets are. Having said that, I'm joined by the country manager of Russia and CIS of UPL India Limited, Alexei Fokin. And he has spent 30 years in agriculture, in 25 years in crop protection. And UPL is one of the global providers of sustainable agriculture products. And Mr. Alexei, I think the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for invitation. I want to say special words of thanks to Indian Union of Agro Producers and the Union Indian Russia for opportunity to take part in this conference. Let me say that I represent Indian business as well. And from my point of view, it's very important to note, because we are one of the few companies that have been in Russia and EU countries for quite a long time, and we've been very efficient, and we are developing at the same pace as agriculture in Russia and EAEU countries. We are part of a group of UBL. It's quite a famous manufacturer of means of production for agriculture. We are most of our facilities, production facilities and headquarters are located in India, in Mumbai, and we are represented in terms of business in most of the countries, being fifth global producer of protective means for plants, biostimulators, and mineral feeding products. Since we have been working in Russia and EU for a long time, we understand the difficulties that agriculture had to overcome during the previous years. And now, this year, in the year of the pandemic, it was very difficult, but I must admit that Russia and EU member states have passed the test, and they managed to ensure the growth that a representative of the Ministry of Agriculture was saying. It's very important from my point of view and my colleagues of UPL, and the pace and positive changes that occurred and are taking place in EU countries and Russia. They enabled to have a quite comfortable time during this period of pandemic last year, since we have been in agricultural sector for a long time. We understand the structure of our producers and the needs and tasks. Of course, we see those areas where we might be useful for Russian, and not only Russian, but manufacturers from other countries of the Union, and associated industries engaged in deep processing of agri products. we would like to see more harmonization of regulatory norms and standards. Speaking about the trade turnover between India and EAU and Russia, against the background of operational difficulties and logistics and transportation, with the presence of containers, you really need to those regulatory norms that are in place for turnover of goods. They should be more adequate to the current situation. And here I see a very great demand for it, and we are to try to avoid obstacles that make the operational situation more difficult. The second point that I want to point out is fertility of soils. We have this problem in Russia, and similar problems are present in EAU countries. We often pay attention to this when we work with manufacturers. We offer new technologies and products, and we can propose interesting solutions in terms of conventional protective measures for plants, and in terms of biostimulators and regulators of growth, maintaining the productivity of agricultural sector. We are also working with systems of water preservation. We have quite successful solutions that are already in place in some countries with water shortage, or with high humidity or low humidity, particularly in Uzbekistan, to maintain the balance. And as for fertility of soils, from our point of view, it's important to achieve minimal impact on the soil via high environmental friendliness of our facilities. And in Gujarati, we have a lot of facilities of UPL, and our production facilities are also located in European and Asian countries, in the United States, and we employ unified standards of environmental safety to minimize the impact on the environment. That is very necessary. Next point that I wanted to mention, that we develop in EU countries and Russia, and what we heard from our colleagues today is exchange of digital technologies and development of this new segment of managing agriculture. It's an important aspect for future development. We are aware that average statistical agro producer in Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan is very different from other countries. We understand what resources are necessary for efficient production, to say nothing of vertical agro holdings, which we have about 35 in Russia, and they represent about 15% of all processing lands used by agricultural companies. It's a serious diversified business requiring a lot of resources, and digital technologies, from our point of view, are one of the key success factors improving the efficiency of production. We are already testing these new technologies with a new department in our holding, and the new technologies in different countries. For example, in Russia, we are working with data on indicators of vegetation and other aspects that affect the potential of soil, its fertility, and potential harvest rate, and the assessment of potential and the cost of the products, and to build the system of a deep and thorough land farming together with agricultural producers. And another important point that I wanted to mention, a representative of the Russian Federation, I want this product grown by our producers should have good prospects for the Indian market. It's an important aspect, the broader opportunities. Then
And the broader are the possibilities of turnover between Russia and India, EIU and India, the better quality has the Indian user, because we need to understand that the EIU is applying the best levels and the standards of the quality, standards of safety of products, and overall productivity of agriculture in Russia by means of all production sites in this industry is very high also. And we make everything for our partners and for our technologies in the first line that we are developing and that we are supporting in the countries of the world and in the member states of EIU. They are corresponding to the high standards of the agriculture, and our main thesis that we are supporting and around which we are working globally is open agriculture, or open ag, if I may say so, and we try to point our whole work on the fact that within the system of agriculture turnover, the products and the means of production, every participant, every stakeholder who should have a direct possibility to exchange products, technologies, and solutions on the free and bilateral and multilateral basis. In terms of time, I would like to end my part of presentation right now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the possibility to speak within this important conference, and I'll be glad to answer to all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have only 10-15 minutes now, and I would like to invite our next speakers for the
Mr. Kambata, your microphone is off right now.
Oh, sorry. I think our time is now only 15 minutes. So I will just request my fellow other speakers to make it short so we get some more time for question answers. So quickly, I would like to invite the head of the Russian Export Center, India-Russian Federation, Mr. Timur Vekilov. Mr. Timur, please.
Russian Export Center Representative Office in India. Thank you very much. Thank you for the possibility to deliver today on this high-level event. And it's very important that this is not an event between Russia and India, but also between EIEU, between the Union of States, which have also rules that are established, and we may translate these rules to a new country for this union. Russian Export Center was created especially to help Russian enterprises to go to the external markets. And the creation of the Russian Export Center was initiated by the state. Correspondingly, we as a state institute are helping Russian enterprises to search and find for Indian partners, for example, when we're speaking about India right now, but we are also working in the whole world. And speaking about India, we could help many enterprises to find their partners, and correspondingly, we are helping Indian enterprises to search for partners in Russia. And this is the bilateral movement here in this direction. And I also wanted to stress it out that we see all the complexes and problems that are faced by Russian enterprises, by Indian enterprises in the course of export and import routine. And I would pay attention, very close attention of all of our esteemed participants from state structures on the moment that was voiced by Alexei in his presentation, number 2. This is harmonization of all standards and regulatory uh, rules that are existing between our countries. There are different regulatory mechanisms that are huge barriers for export and import of agricultural products. And for example, we were speaking about oil and oils. 100% is really huge. This is of course the barrier for refined oil. For non-refined there is now. For virgin oils there is no such barrier. But still, when we speak about tariffs, export import tariffs, this we can understand why it is happening, because the state is looking at its own economy, where is better, where are some challenges, and the state want to regulate exports and imports. But when we speak again about the norms, and by norms I mean also sanitary norms, there are different questions, because for example Indian sanitary organs are not trusting to the sanitary analyses that are made in Russia, and vice versa. There is mistrust. And why do we see it? Because this seems to be illogical. There is no logic here, because in India there are high standards and in Russia there are high firm standards, and all the participants, all manufacturers should adhere to the standards. And if a Russian manufacturer is certified in Russia, in Russian market, why can't it use the same certificate in India? Why do we need to re-establish all the certificates in India? And this is a huge barrier, and we have seen this during the pandemics, because it was a really evident case, because the manufacturers that are working in the agriculture, they tried in view of stagnation in the internal market to go out to the external market, and it turned out to be that they cannot rapidly sell their goods because of this particular reason. And this is related to exports and to imports. This is a bilateral case, and this is very important. And if we will be able to shift this global barrier by means of our event, and I wanted to raise this question because this would be a very great case and it would help to many enterprises. This was the first idea. And the second idea that I wanted to voice today is that today our states, India and Russia, they are supporting their manufacturers, and we can see it very well. Russian Center for Support of Exports is ready to provide this mechanism to Russian and to Indian enterprises. We are speaking right now about financial and non-financial instruments, because we are also organizing events, we are inviting companies, we make the so-called business matching, so meetings between different companies. And as it was already stated, it's very important for us to find the companies that would be ready to go to the Russian or to the Indian market, and we are helping them to do this. Therefore, welcome, you are kindly welcome. Please contact us and we'll be ready and happy to help you. Thank you very much. And again, I wanted to thank you for invitation and for your kind attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Temur, and you have raised some very important topics, and I think I'll be very happy to get online in touch with you. I just saw your LinkedIn is there, and we will get in touch, and I think we will try and work out some tariffs which are there on both countries, and probably what I would like to suggest my CII colleagues that we can also work and let us do some homework on the tariffs both sides, and also what I call the barriers both sides. Some are needed, some are not needed, and some tariffs are needed, not needed. I don't want to get into that merit right now, but of course we can study and see how best we can help our governments, because actually the governments have to decide, but we as industry can always help the government to decide. So what we can do to put together, I would say. And now we have advisor to the chairman of the board of directors of a GST firm Agro Complex. and a very big complex. And I'm very happy that they are representing us today. Mr. Evni, if you can just give your 5 minutes of presentation short, because we have to close this session. So only 5 minutes, please. Mr. Evni, please.
Greetings, distinguished colleagues. I'm happy to greet all of you. Thank you to the organizers and facilitators. I'm happy to see the persons whom I know here, and I know Indian market very well, not only from Ahar, but in work of UPL. And Mr. Sothi, I know your company. Evgeny Gramyko, Agrocomplex, Deputy Council of the board. Alexander Tkachov is the head of our board, of our council, and I was the deputy minister of agriculture in the Russian Federation. Therefore, I am in the topic and I am well aware of the information that we are discussing right now. I know that we have not so much time, and I tried to cut down my presentation. I see very constructive presentations of our colleagues. So briefly, where we were yesterday in Russia, India, or EIU India, it looked like this. If you now look on the screen, we were one-eyed. We were really communicating for a long period of time, but we could not see each other. Recently we have COVID. Now we look like this. And now our cooperation looks like this. And Mr. Kambata, I want to thank you very much for your idea about speaking about zero tariffs. But of course, when we see highest prospects in cooperation, in genetics, in selection, in hardware, in technologies, we need to think also about the development of trade. And for me, an orient is here the Indian and American trading growth, because during the last 15 years, also in view of trade wars, it is growing 7 times. And we need to strive and to learn from your success. Thank you very much for your listening to our problems and making a list of our problems. Therefore, I will not speak about our company. We're a really huge company indeed, but if we will compare the Mr. Sothi, we are really very small, because we have only 40,000 cows, 40 enterprises that are working under one umbrella with us. You can find information in the internet about us. We are ready to work in the Russian context and Eurasian context with you, and we've started to work on a very serious level right now. And I have 3 suggestions and offers, colleagues. The first offer, taking into account the 2 days discussion, I think we need to demonstrate again the will of 2 parties. The government of Russia, the government of the Eurasian Economical Commission, and the government of India, that we are indeed eager to provide for a betterment of our cooperation and bilateral, multilateral trading. This will be also a very vivid example for 5 countries from our side and from 1 country to the India. We need to prove it. The second offer, I would offer to delegate to the governments of our countries and to the Eurasian Commission, to the branch unions of business, because there are powerful unions of India manufacturers, as Mr. Sothi already today has shown this. They are not only the biggest enterprise, but they are also members of the union, and unions should take active part here. And the third offer here, the offers that were voiced by all colleagues need to be introduced into the protocol of today's meeting, and we need to provide this protocol to the governments, to the people who are stakeholders and decision makers. We need to create an online working group. 5 years ago, I was speaking with Mr. Singh about this for the matters of the Indian side, and we need to discuss this question, of course, in the practical approach. Briefly speaking, I would like to end this presentation right now. We have information as of now, and thank you very much to everybody. And I've decided to take part here today because the most important market with high prospects, bilateral market for Eurasian member states and India. This is the most important market in technology, in hardware, in genetics, in informational technologies. This market has no limits really for us, and dear gentlemen, we need to take use of this because this is a gift for us, for our site. Therefore, I want to wish all well for you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think all your words resonate with us, and I think we business people need to meet, and then possibly informally first, and then formally, and then possibly we can advise consult our government into how we can work on this very important subject, as I said earlier. Now we have the executive director of Yug Rusi LLC Russia, Mr. Nelly. And Mr. Nelly, we will be very happy, and thanks for waiting all this time to have your comments, please. Mr. Nelly, please.
Greetings, Yug Rusi company. I hope you can hear us. Yug Rusi is greeting you.
Yeah, we can hear you. You are in a conference room, correct?
Enterprise Yug Rusi. I am representing the Yug Rusi. I am Nelly Subotina, and I am the biggest sunflower seed manufacturer of Russia, and we are working for more than 2 million of tons of seeds. We are working with brands, Golden Seed, Zlato brands. We are from the south of Russia, and we love Russia, and we want Russia to be established in economical cooperation with India. On export, we are selling oil products for about 1 million tons, and half of million of metric tons are sold as oil, but still for Indian market we are delivering only about 40,000 metric tons of oil, and this is nothing. We faced many problems in selling of oil and oil products from Russia on the territory of India. We do want to work with you because we have high quality oil, sunflower seed, have so much vitamin E, even more than in olive oil, and we're ready to sell sunflower seeds oil. But there are certain problems. The first problem is the limiting fee for entrance to the Indian market, and this is more than for palm oil, and we see this is an unfair situation for us. The first idea. And the second idea, we've seen problem with the certification of products. That means the certificates that are issued in Russia, they are not supported in India, and we need to make new certificates. We see that there will be a huge problem when we will deliver new products, and today we were speaking about high protein products, and yesterday we've created a product for protein meal where protein has 84+%. That means high protein product for dairy farming, for use as the nutritional products. But we understand that there will be many problems in certification, in backing up the products and informing of the export profile for this product in India. And there is one more problem that we see is logistics. For many years in a row we see that there is a construction of for example, transport corridor north-south, but still transport corridor north-south is not finalized, and we want to put this question and issue into the agenda of our protocol, because this 100 kilometer of railway should be constructed, and then if they will be constructed from the territory of Russia to Mumbai port, the logistic will take only 11 days instead of 20-25 days through Black Sea, through the ocean to India. And one more issue that we are seeing. We see that there is no free trade agreement with India. Starting from 2017, there are discussions held in these matters, but there is no agreement that is signed. We want to ask you to finalize this topic, to help us in this, and sign the agreement on free trade between India and Russia. And this will provide for us to achieve to the year 2025 the cooperational trade volume of up to $30 billion. So this is briefly from our side about business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure the oil is very good and very healthy, because in my family we have sunflower oil since many years. So I'm sure we'll be very happy to get more of the good quality oil from Russia into India. It will increase our health also, to put it that way. Now, I think we have not too much time. So if on the chat box, if there are a few questions, I'll take them, and then we will, like all good things, we will close the session. I don't think there are much. Anybody has something very urgent to talk to each other, or any panelist would like to ask any question to another panelist, we can take probably one or two questions and then we can close. Okay, then I think if there are no other questions and no other chats with the panelists want among each other, I think I would just like the organizers to share the email IDs of all our panelists and the participants, so possibly we can be in touch with each other for future business prospects. And I will also like my CI colleagues to make a little bit of a note of the issues which have been discussed by most of the speakers to do with trade barriers and tariffs, and so that we can support the governments in understanding these very complex issues. So I would like to thank all the speakers for their time today afternoon from their busy schedules. And I am always optimistic, and I do believe like there has been huge improvement in trade between many countries. This whole Euro-Asia and India trade will improve, and we will definitely see a growth going forward in this very important sector. Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers for having invited me also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, distinguished colleagues, now 2 sessions are over. The second session is now also over. We want to thank moderators and speakers for good content, for rich presentation topics. And we are going further. We will have a 5-minute break right now for you to fetch a cup of coffee, or to reply to the questions that are in the chat, or to order a meeting, which you can also make right now. And directly in 5 minutes we will go on. We are waiting for the 2 sessions that will be held in parallel, so please do not lose this moment. What will be there? They will be devoted to the military, to startup and EIU and in technologies, and I will speak about this about later before the session will start. Therefore, please don't leave us for a long period of time. We will speak with many speakers within our Congress and Conclave. Thank you. We will speak about this in 5 minutes. We are having right now 5-minute break for you to have a
Well, we have been for several hours online making presentations, asking questions and answering these questions. Dear colleagues, thank you for this presence and active involvement. This means that our Congress is a remarkable and important event. We are pressed for time, but nevertheless, we move on. We have 2 more parallel sessions, and I invite you to join these sessions. The first is startups, innovations, and digital technology sessions. We will know about new technological and digital solutions realized within the frames of joint projects. And another parallel session is about opportunities for collaboration in defense industry. And now, friends, I give floor to moderators, and I remind you that you can ask questions in the chat, and then we'll have some time left to answer these questions. And I invite you to get acquainted and appoint personal meetings, and then you can read the list, complete list of all meetings and events, and then select the meetings that you prefer to attend, and then you will get the links. I remind you that the main language is of this event is English, because a lot of colleagues speak English, and it's the main language of meetings. So, and now I give floor to moderators of 2 parallel sessions, Dmitry Alexandrovich Lubas and Rajan Navani, Vice Chairman, Managing Director of Jetline Group of companies from India. Colleagues, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to interesting content from you.
Thank you. And I'm delighted to welcome everyone to what promises to be, I'm sure, a very interesting session on startups, innovation, and digital technologies. We have a very distinguished panel with us, and a pretty large panel. So we will look forward to getting very good inputs from many of the panelists as we move forward. You know, talking about India, I think we have a very vibrant startup ecosystem now in India that is progressing at a phenomenal pace. There are more than 36,000 startups that have been recognized across the country from 586 districts and across 28 states and 8 urban territories of India. You know, the Indian startups have attracted substantial global investments, and in the recent past have reported more than 422,986 jobs. A lot of the startups are working across IT, Industry 4.0, education, healthcare, agriculture, energy, finance, space, defense, entertainment, consumer internet, and many other sectors of the economy for building innovative solutions both for Indian and global needs.
We have it.
I think multiple drivers have been propelling this remarkable growth of the ecosystem that is fostering the Indian startups, as well as creating an environment that is conducive for continued innovation. And I think amongst the many breakthrough initiatives of the government of India, I think the flagship Startup India has been one of India's most active programs when it comes to the goal of employment generation and wealth creation. I think certainly the slew of measures by the government of India and several state governments are expected to go a long way in the growth of this ecosystem. Today, a startup needs to build entrepreneurship. It requires the founders to knock on doors of incubators, investors, mentors, market access facilitators in order to establish, run, and grow their business. And more often, they don't make the cut. I think by creating an empowered ecosystem, which shall include intensifying the cooperation between our established corporate houses and budding startups, I think India will make a paradigm shift in the way new solutions can be created both for the country and the world. I think the actions taken by the government to boost startups is definitely one that has been playing out very, very strongly. And I think a lot more synergies can happen when corporates and startups connect. I think corporate participation has increased significantly with many large enterprises investing, acquiring, and building commercial partnerships with startups in India. And I am happy to say that CII has also played a pioneering role in that exercise. CII has launched the Corporate Startup Business Connect platform in 2018 to address the issue of market reach for startups and has really been able to bring many corporates to come together. CII has also been taking startup delegations to different parts of the world to expose startups to different markets. The missions included missions to London, Dublin, Edinburgh, and many other partnerships have really come out because of that. CII has also set up the Center for Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Startup in partnership with the government of Telangana, created and launched the Future Business Group initiative, comprising of brilliant young leaders of India's most successful new age businesses. And I had the privilege of being the founder chair of that initiative. And I must say that it has been a great realization on how new age businesses will contribute to the $5 trillion economy that Prime Minister Modi has set out as an agenda for India by 2030. At least $1 trillion of that is likely to come through new age businesses. And I must say that I come from a business group which is an 80-year-old multi-generational family business. We've been able to create new age digital businesses in India in the last decade that can now empower and touch the lives of hundreds of millions of Indians in new age sectors like entertainment, gaming, healthcare, job creation, and that opportunity of really building digital innovation and startups together is something that is very unique, for a country like India. And therefore, I think it is my pleasure to invite startup players from EAEU to participate with CI initiatives, with companies in India, and really see how we can together nurture and witness the blooming of millions of brilliant new ideas and the fruition of those gainful activities, paving the way for India and the EAU to embrace the knowledge economy in the near future and create something which is unique for the rest of the world. So I think, we have a lot of opportunities here with us, and to enable us to see those opportunities, we have some very accomplished people who have joined us here today. And I'm going to invite each one of them to speak, to share their thoughts on this subject. And then we will, get into a moderated time discussion if we do have the time, and really look at questions coming in from the audiences. So to begin with, may I invite, Darkhan Merumli Amadiev, the Director of Department of Innovation, Information and Communication Technology, the Ministry of Digital Development and Innovation of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to kindly share his thoughts on the subject. Over to you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. Thank you for this invitation. I would like to tell you about our activity. I am the director of the Department of Innovation, Information and Communication Technologies. We support startups, new technologies, creating ecosystems for our startups. And today I would like to present to your attention the subordinate organization of the Ministry of Digital Development, called Astana Hub, which is the largest international technology park of IT startups in Central Asia. I have a presentation for today's event, and let me try to share it with you. Just a minute. Colleagues, can you see my presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
Only the camera is turned off. Well, I will join you via video camera at the end of my presentation, but now that you see my presentation, I can continue. Yes, go ahead, please. Thank you. Well, to begin with, I want to say that Kazakhstan is an active player in world economy and innovation system. You see the key indicators of development of Kazakhstan in different spheres. You see doing business. I'm not going to read everything from my slides, but let me say that only that 25th place doing business, e-government, 29th place, and the leading place in our region. In next slide, we have innovation system in Kazakhstan that is a driver for development of this industry that can offer a number of tools. It's a simplified visa regime with a term up to 5 years. And I guess this information for our Indian colleagues is useful. And the tax preferences for a lot of types of activity, and zero tax for participants of this technological hub, which is very attractive for international startups. Qualified IT specialists. Now we have a lot of private IT schools, and they demonstrate very good results with high demands. They are, so to speak, cover the market demands, not only Kazakhstan, but of the whole world. And then they, our graduates are employed in prestigious world companies. 23 square 23,000 square meters working space. As for technological park, it's development of ecosystem and support for the sake of development of Central Asia and Kazakhstan. Astana Hub implements the program and provides the support to everyone from those who have ideas about startup and those who are not startups anymore, but large companies. As for foreign startups, we provide initial assistance to gain access to our local market and the region, and provide state services, some social and educational assistance. We have visa preferences when interested parties receive working visas for a period of 5 years, and unlimited number of foreign employees, absence of the necessity to pay state levy to get permits. And another instrument of support is Astana Hub as a participant tax benefits, and the participants of Astana Hub are legal entities, residents and non-residents, with corporate and profit tax, social tax, and so on and so forth. More than 10 different taxes. And you can see in this slide forms of taxation in Astana Hub and the level of wages. This is what I have already said, and now you see a VAT. VAT after sale of goods, work and services, VAT for import, VAT when buying services from non-resident, and other taxes. As for the salary and wages, you can see it here, and I can share this presentation by mail afterwards. And I have the English version of this presentation. Now we have more than 400 companies as participants of Astana Hub who enjoy tax benefits with a total proceeds more than 100 million. And the economy, $10 million. And the procedure of becoming a member of a hub is simplified. You get ID number, the number of physical person, and your company is registered with Kazakhstan, and then you submit documents through web portal, and then these documents are considered not more than 10 days, and then agreement is signed, and new entity is registered as a participant of a hub. We see the staff potential of the company. Just a second. The staff potential. So students of universities have preferences. It's a unique school on the base of Astana Hub, based on the model of well-known structure, with more than 600 students attending this university simultaneously. Astana Hub, I've already said, has 23,000 square meters, and we are ready to provide modern infrastructure. We have pavilions, research centers, venture foundations, and spaces for co-working, office activity and conferences. Being an international hub, we are working on the expansion of our borders and establishing new relations with our colleagues and other players of ecosystem from all over the world. And we welcome new participants, and we are ready to accept you, receive, and show everything. Colleagues, I invite you. And here you see contact information, and I will leave my contact information in this chat, phone and email, and we can discuss any issues, and I can answer any questions. Colleagues, that is all.
Thank you, Darkhan, and appreciate you sharing this information about the opportunity in Kazakhstan, and I think we'll come back to questions if we have time towards the end of the session. Just so that we can create some time for sessions, may I request all speakers to keep their remarks to about 5 minutes so that we can get at least 15 minutes or 20 minutes in the end for questions. Next, going to call Andrei Teribinin. He's the managing partner for Systema Asia Capital. He's been based out of New Delhi and has been overseeing the entire investment portfolio in India. And he serves on the board of some new age companies out of India: Conclave, NetMeds, HealthyFindMe, and Faso. So, Andre? Please, Vivan, go ahead. Go ahead.
Rajan, maybe we can move to the next person, because I don't think there seems to be an issue with the audio there.
No, we can hear Vivan, Shri.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't.
Okay. Yeah, Vivan, go ahead.
Common Kitchen serving 9 brands. So today, along with us, they have Quacho, which is one of the largest hedge funds out of the US. We have Goldman Sachs, and of course, Sequoia, Lightbox, and a couple of other funds like Evolvence, which are on the cap table. So this is by far the largest cloud kitchen company in the country, in the entire world. And we were very lucky to come in at a mid stage in this company. Another company in our portfolio is a company called Licious. So this is also one of the largest online on-demand fresh meat category companies. So we entered this company very, very early. We have funds like Bertelsmann, we have Mayfield, we have Vertex, which has come into this company along with us. And today, Licious is at least, we are proud to say that it's over 20-25 times larger in terms of operations in a month. So that's about Rebel. Another company in our portfolio is Unifor. So this is a company where, we came in, it was funded early stage by Mr. John Chambers, who is the ex-executive chairman of Cisco. So he personally drives the sales of this company. And we came in along with, there are other great funds like Chirate, there is March Capital. And now this company is just recently, flipped to the US, and it's one of the largest in the conversational AI space, in the artificial intelligence space, and it's really increased in valuation for us. Of course, a company we invested in very, very recently, and it's just jumped multiple times in terms of valuation, is a company called Infra.Market. So it's been reported as the latest unicorn out of India. So Tiger Global just wrote a very, very big check into this company. And this is a company which is just consolidating, and the entire constructions marketplace, construction materials marketplace in India. So we are proud to announce our first unicorn in our portfolio, of course, with that investment. And we have a few other companies. Of course, we've already made 2 exits. So NetMeds was one of them, which was bought by Reliance last year, by Reliance Retail Ventures. And we also exited a company called Quicksilver, which was the first, it was actually the largest and most dominant e-gift card player in the country. So we came in, and within 2 years, the company was bought by Pine Labs. So this is just a short summary of our portfolio, and would be happy to take any specific questions if anyone has.
Thanks, everyone. I think for sharing some stories of companies that are in your portfolio and also emerging in India in different sectors. So we'll come back to questions later. I'm going to now invite Mansoor Khairulin, the head of development department from Sputnik LLC, Russia. Can I invite Mansoor?
Yes, greetings. I'm here online. Greetings. So I want to greet everybody. May I start?
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Mansoor Khairulin. I represent Sputnik LLC, and I'm in charge of the international development of our company. And at first, I wanted to thank Indian and Russian party who helped us to take part at this event, because we are very prominent #1 startup in Russia. We are creating smart home phones and smart home management tools, and I wanted to speak about the topic in which we are working and how it can be developed also in India. And now I want to share my screen and show you the presentation. The presentation now is speaking about the index of safety of condominium, because we are specialized on condominiums safety matters, and therefore the presentation will be delivered here about the condominiums, our field of expertise. Right now, this is the context of my presentation. I will tell you about the current solutions, the newest solutions, and the step forward of how it will look like in the future, as we can imagine this. Right now, the penetration level of systems, safety systems in Russia and in India is on the median average level. And these are the different factors that are lying here, because in there and here we have video surveillance. In Russia we have a home phone control means, but in India it is almost not developed. But in India there is one person, or at least a physical attendee, who is not letting the people into the house. In Russia this is almost not the case, but the median level of safety by 30% means that our houses and homes are protected from intrusion. In the current solutions, there are several pluses and minuses, pros and cons. From pros and pluses, video surveillance is very efficient, but it has a high cost, and the time of access is very high, because as soon as the police will get the access, we are losing time. Home phones have a low price but low efficiency. Now everybody can name the other number of an apartment, or tell that he or she is policeman, and go inside. And personal control has a high efficiency but a bit high cost, because this is the costly manner. What are the prospects for the development? Where are we going? And what will we see in India in the nearest time? And what will we see in Russia? Now we are a bit ahead than India in Russia. Starting from February 2020, I am studying the market of India in terms of going to market, and we've seen that the cloud technologies in safety are not so well established in India. Therefore, cloud technologies, firstly, they are decreasing the costs of services, and secondly, they are providing for instant access to data. Therefore, the police and other services are not forced to visit objects. They are getting the online information that was recorded. This is the first idea. And the second idea, second moment that is providing for the better solution is the technology of face recognition. For example, in China, it is showing good results. They know everything about everybody because of this technology in China. And what's new? Along with these results, where we are going to, there is also one step forward. Step forward is no contact entrance. So COVID, the virus that has closed us at our homes, has showed that we wanted to have less and less contacts with contaminated surfaces. And together with the previously discussed solution, the non-contact entrance provides the opening of the door by itself, so you don't need to touch the door. Additionally, we are introducing broad questionnaires and information exchange. In case of situations, external situations, extremal situation, we can use cloud technologies to notify everybody who is on site. And centralization of data, so big data. I will speak about big data a bit later. And here I will tell you in this section of presentation about big data, of how big data can be additionally integrated into the overall system. So our safety and security systems, they are accumulating huge amounts of data, and this big data, huge amounts of data about the conduct of citizens, is helping us to integrate it into the systems of smart communal housing and into economy of energy resources, and also the smart transport solutions. So therefore, from day-to-day migration tracing and organization of transport flows of residents, these systems are helping so much. And I would also speak about rescue works, because rescue works and rescue approaches, it turned out to be that they are very necessary and needed for us. Thanks to our solutions, at any time we can say how many people are in the house right now. So these technologies, but in particular, are letting us to conduct efficient works and also notify in case of extreme situation. For us to arrive at a higher index of safety, we need to use a cloud video observance, smart access to the house, and integration with other systems. If everything will be combined, we will have a great access to the house, to the home, with a high level of security. And we are searching for the partners in India that would help us to make this world more safe. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mansoor, for that very nice presentation and for your comments from Russia. Maybe now move on. Our next speaker is Mayur Uday Shetty, who is the CEO and product architect from Black Frog Technologies Private Limited, India. Mayur? Yes, very audible. Please go ahead.
Back in 2017, we were tasked by Government of India, specifically DBT, BIRAC, and NITI Aayog, to solve some of the pressing last mile challenges associated with immunization. And subsequently, we've been supported by some of the leading impact investors in the country, including CCAP, Venture Center, Social Alpha, Tata Trust, to kind of refine an industrial design of the product that we've developed. And I'm proud to announce that we're now live in 5 states of India, delivering efficacious vaccines to some of the farthest corners of the country. Just a bit of background on this product. We've developed a patented technology called Emvolio, which is a portable medical grade refrigeration system for the last mile delivery of vaccines. This product has won us 6 national awards. We represented India in 2 international events as well. Emvolio is a portable device that can be worn as a backpack or as a sling that maintains a preset temperature for up to 12 hours in the field. The device weighs just 5.5 kilograms, holds the same volume of vaccines that a blue box, ice box commissioned from UNICEF is able to carry. The ice boxes are a traditional form of cold chain for vaccines all over the world. The problem is that they're non-compliant. They don't maintain that strict 2 to 8 degrees Celsius temperature that vaccines require, especially considering both the important COVID-19 vaccine candidates that India is currently deploying, Covaxin and Covishield, are both freeze sensitive, and there is serious evidence of freezing of vaccines before they are administered. And as a result, there is a heightened risk that we could be administering inefficacious vaccines. India claims that close to 25% of all of our vaccines go to waste because of poor cold chain. And this is the problem that we are addressing and trying to overcome with our system. Moving ahead, this technology, we are working with Middle East and Southeast Asia as well. Even Gamaleya's Sputnik vaccine requires 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, and Eastern Europe is a validated market for our product. And now we are scaling up our manufacturing capability to ensure that the masses receive perfect vaccines in efficacious conditions. I'm pleased to say that this past year, CII's delegation during the Indo-Russian Bilateral Relations Summit, we were part of it, and we went to Moscow to present our technology. And this free trade agreement with newer countries, there's a very unique position that it brings technology startup companies such as ourselves. We were very vaccine focused. We did not consider, every time you go to a new region, new culture, a new opportunity presents itself. And when we were in Russia, we realized how some of the colder parts like north and northeast of Russia requires heating as a form of cold chain, because plasma, which requires 2 to 8 degrees Celsius transport as well, is typically subjected to freezing temperatures, and as a result, it becomes unviable. And the underlying technology we use is a technology called solid state cooling, wherein if you reverse the direction of current, it operates as a controlled heater as well. So in sub-zero temperatures, we are able to bring it back to 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, unlike typical refrigeration systems. And this was a huge opportunity which we're now addressing. And with the EAEU countries, there's another unique advantage, because when we look at new countries as a potential export market, smaller countries provide a special advantage in that after-sales service is a huge concern for a company such as ourselves, wherein you transition from product development and R&D and shift into manufacturing. After so many problems come up with logistics and servicing. We face this problem in India itself, where we look at state-wise deployments, and that's the same model we are exploring with smaller countries as well, wherein we can have this hub and spoke model, so that we can partner with a few organizations in the capitals, and they can kind of oversee the after-sales effort. I think this is a huge opportunity for us to expand markets into these regions. The last aspect would be the technology transfer. I personally am a strong believer that everybody should not do everything. We have our own strong suits, we have our own weaknesses. Like, for example, India is heavily investing in R&D, specifically from design and product development standpoint. We have very poor and minimal infrastructure in solid state electronics, whereas Russia, on the other hand, has been spending the last 20-30 years in advancing solid state electronics. So a lot of our thermoelectric chips and heat pumps come from Russia. So what this, the problem this creates is that we buy these components from Russia with an import duty, with an export duty, which is now removed from their end. We buy it at an import duty, and then we make the product, we assemble it, and then we send it back to Russia, which is another market for us. And then there is export duty and then import duty on their end. So we end up paying these quadruple taxes, which I think a free trade agreement could overcome. And I think that's very important. And yeah, I really look forward to this agreement coming through, and I'm really proud and honored to be a part of this discussion. We're very happy that the current administration under the Prime Minister is very empathetic to startup requirements, startup needs. They listen to us, and it's quite frankly refreshing and very nice. And I'm very proud and honored to be a part of this process. Thank you, Mr. Navani. I would love to take any questions on our work, on our export plans, or how this bilateral relationship is going to help technology enterprises such as ourselves. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayur, for all those comments. And indeed, I think both in terms of startups like yours, as well as the emphasis on the new Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we're talking of an India full of self-confidence that is going to integrate into the world much better as a self-reliant India. I think a lot of change is happening in the country, and we look forward to deepening our partnership with EAEU countries, as we move forward in this journey. May I now invite Roman Mikoyan, the Business Development Director of Skya, to kind of share, his thoughts, who's building analytics and control based on data from drones. So over to you, Roman.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for this invitation. It's very pleasant now that within the frames of new activities and new laws about drones in India, new laws, as far as I know, this January, there was a new resolution made to abandon the control, and I want to congratulate you on the progress. Ours is an IT company that developed platform for remote monitoring and control of construction sites and mines, pipelines, for gas and oil industries. And I want to slightly change the order of slides in my presentation. I want to demonstrate the product, what it is used for and how it is used. Colleagues, can you see the screen? Yes, we can see. As I've said, it's a cloud platform working from any device connected to internet. Just add the password and login, then you go to projects. Well, as you see, I have several companies, several projects. It's Skolkovo. Now civil construction, we are residents of Skolkovo, our company. And here we tried our technology. You see, we started in 2017. When you go to your project, you see archive the events connected with your site, with your object. It's a 2D picture, photograph, but underneath we have a cloud of different points, 3D model that helps us build a relief, considering that we have a relief and we can have metrics, and it's a visualization of different activities date by date. And we can make calculations of those changes. For example, we have gravel here, and when you press change detection, you can view all changes on the site. So this gravel became red, and we can select a tool, progress of earth work, and draw the line around this section, and we can see that 444 cubic meters was brought. So we can add this material, or pebbles or crushed stone, and see the cost. And we omit some errors, and everything is done automatically. So we get rid of human factor. The speed of assessment of the site and the speed of decision making is faster, and it's very beneficial in money terms. And the changes taking place can be viewed not only in between the dates, but also changes in terms of the whole project. If we look at the first date, we see project surface, not all places for earthwork. Well, they are higher than the project. Well, that's current, and that's project, and what is to be done, and we can calculate everything and measure. The toolkit is very extensive, and I'm not going to expand on it. You can add all project surfaces. You can also add working documentation to compare actual data with the plan. And I think it will be interesting for India, because you have a lot of construction, and you can make it more efficient and faster, avoiding mistakes and human factor. That would be very interesting, and we will be interested in working in India, now that your neighbor Bangladesh is our partner, and Rosatom and us are working together at the facility of a new atomic power station, and Rosatom and us are working on the new agreement on the application of our technology at all sites of Rosatom there. Should you have any questions, I can answer and send you the English presentation to you. And as you can see, we have English in our platform besides Russian. So this can be tuned and customized. Thank you for your attention, colleagues. If you have any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you, Roman. And we'll come back to questions at the end of the session. And if anybody has questions, request you to please put it in the chat box. I'm next going to invite Ashank Desai, who's the chairman of Mastech Limited India. Ashank has over 4 decades of rich and diverse experience in the IT industry, and recognized as an industry veteran. Being a founder, member, and past chairman of NASSCOM. So Ashank, over to you.
Thanks, Rajan. Happy to see you here moderating this important event. So it was very nice to hear the entrepreneurs from Kazakhstan and Russia, and also from our side, talk about the entrepreneurial ventures that they have. And I'm sure we need to work together to see how we can benefit. So I am here not to talk about obviously my company or anything which is one of the top 15, 20 companies in the country in the IT. I'm not to talk about it, but I'm coming here more as startup. I have been doing startup committee with CII, as you know, for last many years. On a separate side, I'm one of the founding members of incubator of IIT Bombay called SIGN. And SIGN and CII also are working together. There's a report which is getting published as we speak between CII and SIGN. So I am more coming here as to see how we can make this whole, partnership across our countries happen, where entrepreneurs can work together in a much more seamless and much more effective way. And I think that is where we need to work. And I have been faced with this problem, or shall we say, at one level, my dream to see that Indian entrepreneurs need to work with everyone in the world or well connected to the world so that we have a win-win. And this win-win is the most powerful way of making it happen. Because if we take each country, every country has its own advantages in terms of kind of talent, technologies they have. And if we can bring it together, we can really create a global entrepreneurial venture which can sell all over the world. So there was just talk by previous speaker about Russia being very well in the hardware and digital technologies, hardware technologies, a lot of talent in mathematics, space, and all the deep science. And here is Indian entrepreneurial community, which has deep technical knowledge, of course, but apart from that, are very much clued into tech adaptation for consumer industry, for healthcare, for education, so on and so forth. So here is an opportunity for us to bring entrepreneurial community from both these countries or a set of countries in EIEU region and us together to see that we can have a joint venture maybe at some day, or maybe at the hands of partnership together to work on something. And India brings that advantage because we can bring large workforce and talent, and cost-wise also it is much better. So as Indian IT industry has done exactly on the same model, that we build products for companies outside India, large Fortune 500 companies as we call them, and some of them may be Russian companies also. So a similar model also can be done where two entrepreneurs can come together and work on some ventures. So I have a proposal to make. So I am now not talking of specific venture, but I'm saying the Chamber of Commerce representative I see here speaking later, and CII should come together and see how we can work together to make this happen. Wearing my incubation hat of SIGN, we will be very keen, obviously, to talk to such ventures where, and as we speak, we talk many other entrepreneurs outside the country. We talk to Switzerland, we have an association, we have been talking to Taiwanese entrepreneurs and bringing them together. So a similar thing can be done for these countries, Russia and other countries. So I would kind of, wearing my hat as startup a person in CII, I'll be very happy to move this ahead. If at a national level we want to, CII should move it ahead, and we should debate and make it happen. On the other side, as I said, wearing my incubator hat and startup hat, I'll be very happy to connect specific entrepreneurship ventures so that we can start making it work together. And I think it will be a very, very powerful model. And we should take step ahead. And I'm very excited to hear these few ventures today from Russia, which are on the technology side. And some of these things can benefit India, and Indian technologies can benefit Russia. By the way, just as a memory, the SIGN incubator, which is I'm based in IIT Bombay, where I'm also an alum. When I was studying there 50 years ago, we had a partnership with Russia, by the way. IITs were started with many countries' partnerships, US, UK, Germany. So IIT Bombay had another mental connect with Russia. So I'll be again happy wearing my IIT Bombay hat to move this ahead. So I think we should dialogue along these lines. I won't take much time now, Rajan, as you know. We have enough participant questions needed. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashank. You know, as you said, you wear many hats, you know, and you brought the academia, industry, startups, government, industry bodies all together. And, you know, thank you for all the work you do to support the ecosystem in India. And I'm sure, you know, if the audiences have any questions, they'll put it up in the chat box and we'll come back to you if we have time. We'll next move to Alexei Misyutin, the co-founder of Jalinga from Russia. Alexei? Yes, very clearly. Please go ahead.
Any institution worldwide with lead in Russia, and we received various international awards. So what is Jalinga? Jalinga is a studio which was developed by our team, which allows you to record and broadcast live, conduct Zoom sessions like this one, but you do it in a kind of really new, really upgraded format. You don't require any pre-production or post-production. So the only thing you need to do to create and conduct a webinar or record a video like the one you're going to see today is to have a PowerPoint presentation and have a speaker like myself and Jalinga around you. So what is Jalinga? Jalinga is a studio, and there are several key elements. I'm in a room like this one at the moment. You have a touch board. It's a custom-built digital touch board, which allows, I'm going to be using it a lot. It allows you to interact with the content. I have a teleprompter, which helps me out with the materials I want to show you. But the key ingredient is the state-of-the-art software our team been developing several years. And this software gives you endless opportunities to make your video really stand out and capture the attention of the audience. So what can I do? If I'm using Jalinga, I can write, obviously. I can write, and for example, it's going to be 6. I can move between slides and write some more. And then I can return, and everything I've been writing before, it's saved. So it solves this problem of losing your content. And later on, for example, you can download it and send to the participants of the Zoom session, of the lecture, or the team meeting you've had. I can even write with my finger because it's a digital touch board. I can erase stuff, and I can take the usual things we've accustomed to and wipe it out. I can show you pictures, and I can interact with pictures. For example, I can zoom in, sorry, change the mode. I can zoom in, make the picture larger or smaller. I can obviously write over the picture and point out certain things I want you to point out. I can move objects around. So for example, if I have several objects, I can put them up, I can do mix and match and so forth. I can show you video, and you will see a live broadcast of the video. I can show you maps. I can zoom in, I can zoom out, and I can point out, for example, let's find Paris. Here we go. And here we go, Paris. I can even show you websites. For example, here we have the familiar website for you guys, and I can interact with it. So let's see what happened on the 5th of March. Russia and India to set up working group. I can, for example, prepare additional content. I can hide this picture. hold on, and open up an additional picture. And I can again interact with it. I can even move around 3D objects like this one, some complex graphs, some complex functions, figures. And there is no surprise that nowadays when we spend a lot of time online, when we interact in the video format, a lot of institutions, at the moment over 300 various corporations, universities, colleges, schools in Russia and internationally are using Gelinga. If you want to use Gelinga, you have several options. Fundamentally, you have a possibility to purchase the studio. If you're going to be recording or broadcasting or participating a lot in Zoom sessions like this one, or for example, you're a conference organizer and manager, you could buy the studio outright and you can use it as much as you want to. Or another option, we have a possibility to rent it out and you'll be paying basically pay as you go. You pay for the hours you use. We have several models. At the moment, there are 3 available. And as we speak, we're developing additional models. We are going global, and that's the reason why we are here. I'm here. We're looking for reliable partners who will help us to present this technology worldwide and who will help us to upgrade the way webinars and videos look and feel and really bump up the user experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alexei, and that was an interesting presentation. Delivered differently. Interacting with the product, and I think that's the power of this technology and the way we are, even doing this conclave. And I think you brought this out very well through your company and through the product that you represent. And I'm sure there'll be many Indian companies that would be excited to see how they could partner with you. Our company does a lot in education and online, and we'd be happy to also explore amongst many others. Yeah, we will. So thank you, Alexei, for those comments. I may now move to the last speaker of this session, Nikolai Persianov, the facilitator, and Andrei Nisyura, the expert on Startup Huddle of Moscow, the Moscow Chamber of Commerce. Over to you.
Nikolai Persianov. I'm a facilitator of the platform Startup Huddle, and also here we have Andrei Misura. This is my partner who represents the experts team of the platform, and we select startups, shape new business models, facilitate investments, and new markets entry as well. Let me tell you about the history of Startup Huddle, and it was launched by Global Entrepreneurship Network in 2016, and now in Russia, the licensor of this product is the Center for Entrepreneurship. Our team runs Startup Huddle on the platform of Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry since November 2020, and before this, our project was called Masterboards, and we do masterminds for people. The whole concept is shaped around the understanding of friendly help you cannot buy. The format is non-commercial, so that there is no charge to participate, and there is no fees for the expert board to pay, and we can't pay for our experts. That helps us to ensure the objective approach and the quality of the projects as well. We select both the project and experts in a very attentive manner. The experts should have a very different background. We started in late 2020, and we have a good track record. 32 startups selected for participation in the verticals of different innovative markets, 11 new business models implemented up to the sale and pre-sale stages, 2 investment deals was made with our help, and so on. We try to keep in our focus the hottest business areas, mostly innovative startups in such spheres like medtech, edtech, fintech, and so on. In a similar selective manner, we approach the experts with a very unique background to maximize the synergy effect. And today, my partner from the expert panel, who is ex-diplomat and advisor, Andrei Misura, will tell you about the way how to help the projects to attract investments and penetrate foreign markets.
Good afternoon, dear friends, colleagues, dignitaries, my fellows of Indian expat community. My last mission was Delhi, so I can feel myself as a fellow. Here I'm, in a way, going deeper into the expert angle. So right now we're experiencing a very unique moment. COVID-19 washed away the borderline between the venture market and old-fashioned normal technological facilitation promotion. So technically speaking, there is no difference between normal old-fashioned technology and something innovative and breakthrough kind of. And there is a deep understanding of the need to innovate, digitalize the businesses, even in a pretty conservative industrial, for instance, spheres. As an expert, I'm mostly focused on Asia and Asian market, and different angles of the expert's background create a very special kind of synergy for the platform. I can reassure you that the very speciality of this moment, that we cannot right now access the technologies that we need for this particular market domestically, and the technology that we produce mostly can be growing faster somewhere abroad. So right now this platform is focused on the Russian technological potential, and we can claim for sure that Russian technological potential can cover the basic needs of the digitalization for the foreign partners, especially for Asia. So of course the same model can be replicated for Eurasia. Of course, we can have more projects from Eurasia as well. But so far we have what we have, and we can be sure that Russian technological potential is enough in demand, let's put it this way. So we have excellent selection of projects due to the efforts of Nikolai and his facilitation team. And I can draw some examples of the pre-sales. Actually, this pre-sales, it's happening in India. So, and this is already a visible change of approach of investors as well, because previously investors, they have been like, I like the idea and I know how to invest into that. Right now, show me the market. Please show me the market. If you show me the market and I like the idea, both the factors, I will invest. So due to our joint efforts to resolve this show me the market dilemma, we are avoiding this territory of chicken egg in a way. So, and of course, the basis for this is excellent job of Nikolai and his team. For instance, in fintech, we have all-in-one localizable digitalization solution for non-vertical and disintegrated processes. It's like general constructor for your digital infrastructure, even if you are non-digital, 100%. So in medtech, we have quite a unique project, drugs and vaccines side effect tracker for pharma majors, for hospitals, and right now they're launching lab chains. So for India, it can have an excellent potential in the context of what you have in the lab chains penetration and the quality of this service. As soon as you add something extra, you added failure, value will increase even more. It will increase drastically. So in industrial vertical, we have a grid robot detecting malnourished soil areas and low-grade crops. So it can be especially trending in the context of what's happening in India in the agriculture sphere. So some kind of digitalization can help a lot for the next agricultural year, for instance. And these pre-sales we can showcase already, and we can announce something even. I don't know whether Nikolai was ready to disclose this, but if you allow. So we have already some investment facilities prepared in the context of this particular approach. What it gives to the Indian entrepreneur. For instance, the Indian entrepreneur takes the technology from the Russian technological partner. He goes for localization of the technology. He can showcase some sales. And of course, this show me the market approach helps him to attract the investment into the Indian infrastructure of this particular technology. We will also do side projects. It will be media show, it will be expert exchange platforms, increasing the awareness level about what is needed presently and how it can be achieved. And of course, we are very keen to collaborate with foreign chambers. So my special thanks to not only to Moscow Chamber, but to CII as well. So I'm pretty sure that we can have an excellent pipeline of projects vice versa as well. So something unique for this market can be in the need of this market. So, and we are sure that the format is not only the format, it's the whole ecosystem that we can represent. And most likely soon that structure will be shaping, and we will keep all our colleagues in the loop. And we are very keen to see who can be our collaborator from the Indian partners. First of all, we target majors, platform partners, and we target Indian entrepreneurs who can be the localization partner for the Russian technologies, sometimes even indigenization partner. It is very much dependable on the technology. So here you have our contents. Thank you for your attention, and I think Nikolai can conclude our brief presentation.
Dear colleagues, we're really thankful to the Moscow Chamber of Commerce and Industry for developing the platform of Startup Huddle. And in the nearest future, we will present a company which will bring benefits to all the sides of the process. And this is not the project of the Moscow Chamber, but it will connect.
We are keen to collaborate with all the stakeholders.
And of course, we will keep you in the loop of it. And thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai, and thank you, Andrei, I think, for your very nice presentation. And I think the startup area, as we can see, is really heating up. I think there are so many opportunities. And we've had a wonderful hour and 15 minutes, and seems like we are completely out of time. So I don't think we're going to be able to have a Q&A session. But I think this whole session on startups, innovation, digital technology, I think takes an even deeper meaning for all of us, given that the pandemic has really accelerated the growth of digital, due to lockdowns around the world. And while there have been so many challenges that the world has faced, I think digital has played a key role in making lives of people easier and better. And I must say that today, if you add the word digital before any other word, it makes sense. You can say digital healthcare, you can say digital anything, and it will all make sense because there is a digital angle, to everything. And the opportunity, therefore, that digital provides gives innovation a new meaning. Countries like India, which have frugal innovation, which we call affordable innovation, I think digital again accelerates that. New solutions in a world where we probably have contactless experiences or maybe virtual and remote work. And we had a great example of how we can improve collaboration in those environments. So many opportunities, that are there, not only for, our countries to work together, not only for our governments to work together, not only for, our accelerator programs and startup programs to work together, but most importantly, I think for our startups to work together. And, we've had some great examples today. And here is wishing that the conclave brings our countries closer to one another and makes a bigger difference in the lives of people, and not only in each other's countries, but even for the rest of the world. So again, I want to thank all our panelists, Darkhan, Andre, Mansoor, Mayur, Roman, Ashank, Alexei, Nikolai, and Andrew, represented by Vivan. All of you, thank you very much for being here, sparing your time today, and look forward to seeing you again in better times. So stay safe. Thank you, everyone. Back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear speakers, colleagues, guests, it was very interesting. Sometimes I was glad, sometimes I was envious of possible opportunities and relations. Thank you for keeping the time to moderator, and thank you for this wonderful time. And colleagues, I want to inform that we are going to have 1 hour break, even more than 1 hour. So you can spend this break in a way you prefer, but if you have some appointments, so guess you can have these meetings. If you didn't have time to agree on the meeting, you can do it now, and you have enough time for communication and for networking. I remind you to take part in networking. You register on the platform. Afterwards, you indicate that you are prepared for a meeting, and you fill in the form, and you will be seen for other companies there. And for yourself, you can look at the list of companies that are ready to get acquainted with you, and then you can choose those who you prefer to invite for personal communication. And then you will receive a link to Zoom meeting, and by going to this link, you may continue dialogue in private with the chosen partner. And now I remind you of a break, which will last until 3:45 Moscow time, and afterwards I invite you to join a plenary session. Let me briefly inform you about the session. We will have presentations of speakers, and we'll have quite interesting presentations there. And we had a session about support in COVID and post-COVID period, and we had a session about mechanisms to restore agro-industrial complex in post-COVID world, and reinforcing the connections against the background of world recession. We also spoke about cooperation in defense industry and innovation and new technologies. You saw and were present, and colleagues, now we have break, and please come back at 3:45 Moscow time, and we will start our plenary session. I'll be happy to see you there with your questions. You can write your questions in chat, and I wish you good networking and fruitful interaction. Thank you for staying with us, regardless of the country where you are now. Thank you very much.